Hello everyone, it's me Doomlink, and welcome back to Doomlink's Live Hunts. I just got done with a recording that failed terribly. It was a recording of Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and you know that capture card that I thought wasn't working, but turns out it is working? Well, it is working, but it's fucked. It's just, you know, the video kept dropping out, and in the end it just wasn't viable as a recording. It was completely... It was a joke. So I'm here recording something that I know will work, and as you can imagine, I don't find out that these things aren't working properly, if it's an intermittent issue, until I'm live and the live recording is suffering as a result of said issue. Which is my ultimate pet peeve, ladies and gentlemen. A live recording that's not going well, and, you know, what's causing things to go awry is completely and utterly outside of my control. What would have been really fucking nice is, or was, or would be, Elgato soldering their fucking mini USB port onto the board of their capture card correctly in the first instance. What am I doing? What am I connecting to? I went to the bottom option. I didn't intend for that. Okay. Search by ID. I did not intend for that. But I'm now connected to the online, which is what's important. So, I don't know what's going to be going on in this recording. I'll likely just be playing with random people. That is what I'm expecting. Again, I wasn't intending on recording Monster Hunter today. Well, I did actually record it today, earlier on today, but I wasn't intending on recording it right now. But I do what is needed, we'll put it that way. And, you know, this is what I felt like recording, so it's not like I don't feel like playing Monster Hunter. But this was a surprise. Anyway, again, my typical audience probably won't be here, so that means that I'll probably just be hunting with random people, which is fine. There's a bit of entertainment in that. Let's have a look and see what's going on. We could join this turns room, but I'll see what other options I have first. I'm actually going to reload this. Recruterum. It's not really my attempt at a German accent or anything like that. I wouldn't even know where to begin, quite frankly. Nath. Assuming that's short for Nathan. I've never heard Nathan short to Nath. I've heard Nat, which I don't like because it makes me think of like a gnat. Like the tiny creature, which is less than endearing. And, you know, just call yourself Nathan or Nathaniel. It's normal. Just have a full name. I hear that works, you know. Instead of Nat or Cat or, you know, whatever other terrible shortenings exist in the world. Arena for Crit Plus. D. Speaking of shortenings, that is a shortening if I've ever seen one. Kaze Box. Okay. Solcia Mizutsune. How about no? I think I've done enough of that. Is that... Oh, I thought I was going crazy. I saw Megania on the first screen in my last search. I thought it was in the current search, and I'm thinking, why are you on 2 pages, sir? And then I realized, well, in actual fact, you are not on 2 pages. Well, okay, I'll join this room. Oh, there you go. I could have fucking guessed that. I saw that coming from space. Asuna. You know, I mean, I thought Kirito was banned, but seeing Asuna's name in a Monster Hunter game is actually a little bit worse. Ava. I'll have to join Ava. That's one of my online names of choice. Ava is a beautiful name. If I had a daughter, I'd name her Ava. Well, there are lots of female names that I like. But anyway. I suppose I could have checked to see what was on the board. Maybe in my defense, the quest hadn't been posted yet. I don't know. Imagine naming yourself 666. Imagine that. Oh well. It's not very intimate, we'll put it that way. Elatrion. I don't really want to do Elatrion. Chillin. I don't know if there's a difference between chillin and chilling. If you're chillin, does that mean you're doing it in a slightly more cool way? Or how does that work? I don't know. Peterhead. Okay. Are you like an attachment for Peter? You're a Peter head. When Peter needs a head, he comes to see you. I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. So we've got Tetrahedra and Peter head. Not Peter head, but Peter head. I don't know. But between Tetrahedra and Peterhead, I think we've got a collection of pretty good names here. I'll likely get to hunt 900 in this recording, but either way. I don't know why I decided to say that as if I was, you know, about to upchuck. Might have something to do with Peterhead. So Rust Razor G3 is a quest that I am willing to do. I am willing to subject myself to this quest, so let's do that. Is this a turns room? I don't even remember. I was just choosing random rooms and... Oh. I just joined a room that was actually Rust Razor Seanator. Okay, that just goes to show that I was not paying attention to what I was selecting. So, do I have like a raw blunt sword and shield? I don't even remember. I should. By all rights, I should have in my possession a raw blunt sword and shield, but I don't think I do. Which is very weird. Don't know what that's about. Well, I know what I'm going to use, actually. It's a weapon that I think I may have only used once. Let's not, you know, start failing terribly with pronunciation, do we? But yeah, this right here. Hi, says Peterhead. Hi. I know I'm the only guy who's not readied up, but give me just a moment to manually equip my hunter arts. I don't ask for much, just patience, which is asking for too much when it comes to the people in this community, but I don't think I'm taking so long that they're going to depart without me. But again, that would be an evaluative comment, and quite frankly, I have learnt not to evaluate things based on logic when it comes to a community that is completely without logic. If you know what I mean. Yeah, Exchanger is not looking like it's on the table, so let's go for Defense Large. We'll go with Weakener, that's fine. Weakener and Foodie. I'm a foodie. That food tastes like shit. There you go. I'm a foodie now. Alrighty. Whoops, that's not quite what I wanted to do. I wanted to make a slight microphone adjustment, but not actually unscrew it from the fucking boom stand. That's not quite what I had on the agenda. Okay. You're a little baby. Look at him, he's tiny. It's a fairly normal-sized Malfestio, it's worth mentioning, but he's so tiny, he's such a baby. No. He's quite a damaging baby, if I may say so. What is my blast value on this sword and shield? It is 24. Not very impressive. And quite frankly, this is not the best weapon in the world, I will say, but, you know, it's a weapon that's a little different from the norm, so I'll be using it. Just to give you an update on the stats, we're doing 3, 46, 24 blast. This is really not a very good weapon. I mean, my stats here would be kind of standard with proper sharpness, but this is with a bludgeon and damage increase, so I'm a little bit unsure about this. But, you know, it's standard damage, I guess, for G rank, but using a different method. I don't know how I feel about it. I didn't intend to roll in that direction. I will put that on the record. Can you actually fuck off? I don't need a combo. As tempting as I realize it may be, I do not need to be comboed, Malfestio. You really need to stop. Are you kidding me, Peterhead? You're such a fucking loser. You get one ping from your boyfriend and off you go. Off you go. Alright. Today's not my day, as you can see. Okay, looks like I'm stuck with the cat. I'm stuck with the cat. Alright. Those are the cards that I have been dealt today. That's quite alright. It's quite alright. I really was trying to do a dive there, but I can't even fight a Malfestio today. You can shut up. You can quite silence yourself. I'd be very appreciative of that. I've healed so much in this hunt, and I've barely done any damage to him. What was that? 4 Mega Potions? What a load of crap. Okay, got hair in my eye. Get the hair out of your eye and resume your hunt. Oh, I've charged up Chaos Oil 3. I suppose I've done something in this quest at least. Enough to charge that up. Fortunately, I didn't end up doing Chaos Oil into the attack that he just did. That would have been really annoying. Whatever you call that, the fall asleep attack. Hypno Beam. There's lots of things you could call that. And I'm sure it has an official term. Maybe not an official term. Maybe an unofficial official term. In other words, a community-wide, well-accepted term. I don't know. All I can say is that I'm probably going to call it Hypno Beam. And don't forget about... what was it again? Wing Swing? Something like that. Was it Wing Swing? Some kind of rhyme with wing. Was it Wing Swing? Anyway. The attack that... that's a Wing Swing as far as I'm concerned. We can call that a Wing Swing. But again, I don't know if it's Wing Swing. That doesn't sound quite as good as whatever I was saying before. It may very well be the case that it's exactly what I said before, but in this moment it doesn't sound as good as it did then. Maybe I've rested and meditated on what I've said, and I've come back with the determination that it wasn't a very profound name. Can you... I'll tell you what, I'm not in the mood for Malfestio today. Sometimes I'm in the mood. Today is not one of those days, okay? This monster is infuriating me. Absolutely infuriating me. Everything that it does makes me want to actually just pick up a large, sharp, rusty object and insert it into my eye socket. See, this, I can't go in there. I have to wait for this aura to disappear. Yes. I know all about this, Malfestio. I know what you do. I didn't particularly want to two-man a Malfestio in this hunt with a cat. Before this hunt began, that was not on my list of desideratums. Or desiderata, excuse me, if I can get my Latin correct. Desideratums, you fucking dick. Speak Latin properly. Alright. This Connor J person is typing Dashu. Well, not typing Dashu. Rather, that is the shout. Awful as it is. Alright, well. He's going off and joining them, which is not good. The ideal scenario would be to one zone, but I don't think that's happening A with the cat or B with this crappy weapon. I wouldn't say this weapon's crappy. It does the job, but comparatively speaking, it's not very good. Go away. Now I know that you're coming... oh, maybe you're leaving the area. He's probably leaving the area. If so, then that's quite alright. Oh, Peterhead is ready to go. It turns out that Peterhead would rather fight the bird than the crab. Rightio. That's quite fine. Whatever makes you happy, Peterhead. You know, his name might be Peterhead. That might be his name. But he might not have had enough room in the character naming thing. Let's phrase that in a slightly more articulate way. He didn't have enough available characters to write it spaced out. So he's... Actually, no, he didn't capitalize head, so... No, it's just Peter Head. It's one word, man. It's not a name, it's a function. No, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. I think I'm going to have to give up on that. This confusion is driving me insane. Fuck off, bot. Don't need you in my chat. If I wanted to become famous, I'd play games that people wanted to watch. You fucking mug. Oh. The Peter Head, I regret to say, is no longer with us, at least for a time. That was my way of saying that he died, but death is not really permanent in this game. I mean, it's called fainting. I do realise this. But fainting is a bit weak in my opinion. Fainted. I suppose it's what happens ultimately, isn't it? Because you get wheeled to the camp by the cat paramedics. Well, no, they're not paramedics. They're just cats. I have never seen them treat me in any way. So, yeah, except roughly. They've treated me roughly by dumping me on the ground. Maybe that's what wakes you up, tumbling out of that fucking cart onto the ground. And then you realise that you've got a hunt to continue. And you just swallow it. You're just like, yep, that's my life as a hunter, let's do it. Let's get out there. That's the way you do it. That's a hunter's life. Also, I've decided. Oh, thank God I didn't get hit with that. I will try to do sword dance soon. I'm not happy with this sword and shield. I've decided that quite definitely. I'm not happy with this sword and shield. Particularly if I feel like I can't rely on the cat to deal good damage. You never know, the cat might be doing perfectly fine damage. I don't know. But my guess is that it's not. So there you go. I don't know where that bird's flying. Maybe I should check. I love cycling in the wrong direction, so I end up having to cycle for ages to get to what I want to consume. Seeing as though these guys are going back to the crab because they are profoundly inept when it comes to chasing monsters, I will take care of the capture on my own. That's not to say that it was expected that we were going to capture, that's how I phrased it. What I mean to say is that the easiest thing to do will be to capture, and I will handle it on my own. Because it now falls to me to do that. And hopefully they don't think that that's a ping, as to say, get over here now. Get in that trap, please. Thank you very much. And good night. Owl. Tetrahedra seems to be so confused. Oh, I see, you were digging. It's captured. What are you doing? It's captured. You can continue running in that direction, that's quite fine. If you don't want your calves, then that is your absolute inalienable right. But, quite frankly, I think you might want your calves. Given your hunter rank. I can't even remember his hunter rank. Hello, Juvenator. Carve the crab. Is Tetrahedra making his way over here, or is he not? I don't think Tetrahedra knows what's going on. I think there's some confusion, as well as significant perturbation. No doubt resulting from the fact that he's playing as a cat. He's probably very confused by nature. I think he is in a permanent state of confusion, and that is a condition that is brought upon by using cat, or perhaps using cat is a symptom of that. He might actually, you know, it might be the other way around. Using a cat might not cause that. it might rather be an indication of his mental strain. Yeah, there you go. Speaking of mental strain, I'm straining to string a coherent sentence together. Anyway. I don't know what the next hunt will be. My guess is the same quest. Which means that I'll be out of here. This is a Shogun Senator room, so... yeah. Not used left. He was the cat. Again, very confused. He's a confused young man. And I will make my way over here. 3-star. Do you literally mean 3-star? Because that's low rank, my dear. That's low rank. Must mean G3 star. Why G3 star only? Given that she or he or it is hunt rank 68 or whatever. I don't know. We're about to find out. We're about to find out. Presuming it succeeds in transmitting data. Good day. What's going on with your setup? Soratorium Soul. Combines the effects of Bioresearcher and Dragon Res plus 15. I've seen worse, I suppose. I think that's an improvement over Soul of Burner, which I was making fun of before. Good day. What's on the agenda? Yes, I am playing very late. Well, I do record at this time, but not usually Monster Hunter. Not usually Monster Hunter. Yeah, it's 8 PM here. It was like between 9 and 11 AM when I was recording last time. So, part 105 or whatever. Same day. But it is now the evening. Gorumagara. Is this G3? It's not. So what's the 3-star about, love? What's going on with that? Did you just put 3 stars there for fun? Is it a 3 out of 5-star room? You know how you see 3 stars on the motel sign, and you go, whoa. I suppose if I rent a room there, I'll be sharing with the rats or something. Or maybe that's the sort of standard that this room has been, you know, denoted to be by the title of the room. I don't know. But I fail to understand the relevance or meaning behind the 3 stars in the name of the room. That is what indeed confused me initially. What's the quest again? I don't even remember. Must have been Gormagala. So, I'm thinking Lance. I'm just gravitating towards Lance, I don't know why. I've just got a feeling that that would be appropriate. Glavenus Grand Nova, is that right? Yes. The D next to the N, given the spacing of the characters, almost looks like Granohova. But I realise that it's not Granohova, thank you. In case anyone thought that I wasn't clear on that, I'd like to put it on the record that I'm quite clear that it's not Granohova. Must be Jehovah's brother or something. Yeah, that Granohova guy. I know him. Again, looking for Exchanger, that would be the objective here. That it would. Okay. Lucky cat it is. Mithra seems quite antsy. Definitely antsy. But yeah, I'll do about 2 hours of this, and then I don't know. Who knows? Do something else with my time. Probably play World at War, honestly. By myself, of course. Because Potato went and got the game, but he can't play it right now because he's not home. Damn him. Curse his life outside of playing with me. It's just not good enough. I suppose we could 2-man, that's definitely on the table, but I'd rather not. I'd rather not. I know Mithra thinks that it's going to be a real fast hunt because I'm hunt rank 897. But it'll be like, you know, a 12-minute hunt or something. And I don't know if I could be bothered with that. It's also worth mentioning that I do not have a cat equipped right now. Not as in, you know, a prowler, I mean an assistant cat to aid me in my quest. I know all about it, Mithra. I'm quite understanding of the fact that you might want to depart right this very moment, but I feel like we can get someone into this room. But you know what? No, maybe they've seen the 3-star and they're like, no, I don't want to do low rank. But see, we got Dizhang. I don't know how I'm supposed to say that. Do I look Chinese to you? Do I strike you as a man of Chinese descent? Alright. Off we go. The joke is obviously that I don't have to be of Chinese descent to speak or understand a particular, or in fact any level of Chinese. Or Mandarin. I'm not allowed to say Chinese, it has to be Mandarin. I don't know. Sounds like a food. Because it is. Because if I say that, without clarifying, some actual dick is going to be like, yeah, Doomlink, Mandarin is a fruit? And I'm just going to be like, thanks for letting me know. Thanks for letting me know. It's what I get for making bad jokes in the first place, to be fair. It's exactly what I deserve. Anyway. Let's go and kill a Gormagala, specifically a chaotic Gormagala, in a reasonable length of time, as opposed to a length of time that I'd rather not have to allocate to the hunting of this monster. In other words, we could have hunted with 2, but we're instead hunting with 3, and that's what I prefer. And you're already on the ground. Aerial superiority is the mounting message from Mithra. To serve as rather humorous juxtaposition, mine is help get me down from here. Can you stop? I'm in a Lance mood today, you know. I was using Lance earlier on today in part 105. And I was enjoying myself, actually. I don't know why. It's extremely unusual. It's extremely unusual. Because generally when I use Lance, I'm on the edge of disliking the experience, quite frankly. But no, I'm actually enjoying it at the moment. I wish I could better understand my own mind when it comes to liking or disliking Lance, depending on the day, depending on my mood and all that business. I feel that mood-wise, I'm a little bit different now than I was this morning. Because, you know, I had a failed recording with Symphony of the Night before the recording of this, which will hopefully serve as sufficient context for any person who's wondering why, you know, I might be less than enthused at the moment. But, yeah, I'm still enjoying Lance. So it mustn't be mood-based, it must be some other weird thing. Some other variable that I can't possibly fathom. I will corkscrew you at my earliest convenience, which is not now, but hopefully soon. Yes, I'm quite aware of the fact that you have that attack, and I've now been hit by it. Again, I am consciously observing the fight as it proceeds, and I'm waiting for my opportunity to use Corkscrew Jab. It hasn't yet come. It shall soon, hopefully. Just a random run forward. Didn't actually telegraph that in any way. He certainly did not give notice of his intention to run forward in that moment. I'm not using Guild Lance Beans. Check this out. This is Striker style Lance. The weird thing about Lance is that Guild style does not play like traditional Lance. It plays like a very specific version of Lance that is unique to Generations and Generations Ultimate. And I don't quite understand why they chose to do that. Striker Lance plays like standard Lance. Yeah, I suppose I don't have 3 Hunter Arts, do I? I should have. Why is that? Oh, I know why. It's because I have only done that for my blunt set. Yeah, only using 2 arts. Oh well. Not like it really matters. I've missed out on Enraged Guard. Too bad. But you make a good point. You do make a good point. Hello, Moonglow. Welcome. What do you want? Who's messaging me? Alright. Good to know. So again, have yet to find an appropriate time. Have yet to find an appropriate time to use Corkscrew Jab. Hey, Blue Barn. This is an appropriate time to use it. Looks like most of that actually hit the neck rather than the face. That is not what I intended to do. That's not what I was looking for, but whatever. Looked like he was going into a limp there, but I don't think so. Don't think it's quite limp time yet. But I'm sure he's somewhat close to death. I wouldn't doubt that. See, the problem with 4th gen is that when you counter an attack that produces tremor, the attack and the tremor take place at slightly different times, which results in you succeeding in the counter, but failing to resist the tremor. So, in other words, you don't take damage, but you're still stuck in place. You're not able to do an attack immediately after the shield, in other words, perform a successful counterattack. Which is annoying. This was, to my understanding, not the case in 3rd gen. Of course, I can't speak for 2nd gen, because there was no counterattack capability of the Lance prior to 3rd gen. But I can think of examples such as the Devil Joe Stamp, or Stomp, I guess. Stomp, Stamp. The Devil Joe Stomp. And that was an attack that produced Tremor, and I've definitely been able to counter that with ease in 3rd gen. So yeah, I believe that was a change made in 4th generation, which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that. That would be an example of a sensible and realistic change that is made that ultimately makes the hunting experience slightly more challenging, which is good. Yes, I find it slightly annoying, but it's not in any way unreasonable, so I don't have an issue with it. Lance Counter changed the lance drastically. It completely changed the weapon type. Its viability and versatility went through the roof with the introduction of Lance Counter, particularly given the fact that it was, from the get-go, or at least originally I should say, was a counter on 3 hits. It was in Portable 3rd when they changed it to counter on 2 hits, in other words, counter on 3 hits was not possible anymore. And it wasn't until World that it was brought back. It was technically brought back in this game, with guild style. That's what they were dabbling with when it came to guild style. They were trying to bring back counter on 3 hits, but the stupid thing is that 3rd hit takes so long to get out. That 3rd thrust is so damn slow that by the time you've completed that animation, you've probably already been hit. So it almost made countering on 3 hits completely uninteresting. I don't want to counter on 3 hits if that's what I have to do to achieve it, in other words. And that was just Capcom's way of attempting to balance that. And you know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with guild style being the way it is, because it was Capcom's desire to bring back counter on 3 hits in a balanced way. Whether it worked or not is up for debate, but the intention and thought process behind it is good. It showed that they were actually trying to balance the game. It was once things started going into 5th generation that Capcom were like, fuck it, we can't do it right, so let's just throw it all out, fuck balancing, forget it, get out, no balancing. We don't want you anymore. We're gonna... And at that point I'd start listing all the things that ruined the balancing in 5th gen, but that would get me on the subject of 5th gen, and we don't want to do that now, do we? We don't want to get on that subject, because that's a sad, hollow, disgusting topic of discussion. I'm not sure what you mean, Blue Bun. Basically, it was counter on 3 hits in Try, and then they removed counter on 3 hits for all games until World. So you can only counter on 2 hits in, to make it real specific, Portable 3rd, 3 Ultimate, 4 Ultimate, and I guess, strictly speaking, Generations and Generations Ultimate if you're playing Striker Star. I don't consider this game to have brought back counter on 3 hits because it's not the same. It's just not the same sort of functionality. So, last time you talked about 5th gen, it turned into an 8-hour stream. Well, fortunately that wasn't 8 hours of me talking about 5th gen. Fortunately, otherwise I probably would have gone crazy. Oh, I'm in a fucking empty room. I only just realised. That's what happens when you're too busy looking at the chat, which is a good thing. It's good to read what people say to you, but you know. It would also be appreciated by all, I think, that I actually check to see what's going on in the damn game. Who's this guy? I've played with him before, he's a fucking dick. He kicked me from the room for having, like, high rank weaponry for a G rank quest. What a fucking loser. 4 hours was about pizza. It was 2 hours? There's no need to be hyperbolic. Oh. No, I'm not sure. I'm still not sure what you mean, Blue Barn, because you have always been able to do that. What you've described, in other words, you don't have to dodge to... Yeah, that's always been something that you can do. Dodging and doing the counter achieve the same thing as an attack combo in that it creates an infinite combo. So basically how it works is you do the counter if you don't want to move from your current position, and you evade or dash or hop back, however you want to say that, if you want to reposition. That's possible, Blue Barn. I might have picked up on that had I been more familiar with styles in this game. One of the main reasons why I keep the hell away from styles in this game is precisely because it changes the way you use weapons, and I find it to be totally unintuitive. I have no interest in unlearning how to use a weapon type, which is how it ends up being for me. Maybe for some people it's not like that. Maybe they can, you know, compartmentalize their muscle memory. I don't think I can, because I'm a bit too stuck in my ways, I think. Maybe I'm just inflexible, but I have no desire to change how I use the weapon drastically, just so that I can, I don't know, use it in a different way so that it's more interesting or fun. I don't need that. I find the weapon types to be distinctly unique and enjoyable to use on their own as they are traditionally, without needing to start swapping out attacks and removing functionality and weird shit like that. I have no interest in that crap. That's why I run guild style, ladies and gentlemen. Anyway. How come I can see my own lobby? Because it's the search system. The search system is on a delay. It's not absolutely bang on, this is what's available right now. There's, you know, in some cases a delay of like 5 seconds. So basically what happened was I left that room, and then I searched, and I could see the room that I had just left, because, you know, this does not update live, and as I said, there is a slight delay, so that is the reason why. Also, hello N10, and yes, Beans, you are perfectly welcome to join. Does anyone else want to play? Blue Barn, are you available to play? Because I recall that you were not available last time. You might be now. If so, then I'll go and make a room. I'll make one now, actually. The sooner the better. Can you not do this? I did not intend to search for local hubs. I don't believe so, anyway. Maybe there was a subconscious desire that I hadn't actually identified, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say, nah, actually, G-rank is what we will call the room. Not G-rank. We could actually put G-rank and see if anyone comments on it. No one will. They'll be like, yeah, G-rank. I'm G-rank. Alrighty. Of course, I would also be inviting N10 to play, but I don't think he has this game. Do you, N10? I'm sure I've asked you at least twice or 3 times by now, but A, do you have this game, and B, why not if you don't? And if you do have it, is it double cross or this? But anyway, point is, I want to know what's going on with your status as a Generations Ultimate player. So that's Blue Barn, that's his name there, guild card. This is apparently an alternate character. I will send my guild card out if either of you haven't received it. I understand that this alt character likely hasn't. I can't speak for Beans, but I'm sending it to all for good measure. There we go. Well, I do own it, but my Switch is banned. N10, were you the person who was playing Double Cross in the Generations Ultimate servers with me? Because if it was you, then that was very early on in your viewership with me. Because I remember someone doing that, but I don't recall who it was. So that was you, so I didn't really know you at that time. You had only been watching me for a very short period of time, so because that was so early on, I wasn't entirely sure who it was, but that's good to know. I had a feeling that it was, but I had no specific memory to back that up. Okay, so we'll approach this in a turns sort of way. We'll start with Mier. I don't know if that's the fucking pronunciation. Anyway, we'll start with Blue Barn, and then Beans, and then Yi. And then, yeah, that's how we will do this. Alright, sounds good, N10. Oh, that's fine. I will send my card. And I will send it specifically to you. Actually, I can send it to, specifically, you and Yi. Because I would like Yi to have my card, for some reason. I can't quite explain where this desire comes from, but it's there. This is... well... yeah, Mia is Blue Barn. He was saying that this is his alt character. He typed that just further up. But anyway, I am terribly vexed by the quest that has been posted on the board here. But I will do it because I don't mind. But yeah, Solskjaer is one of the deviants that I don't really want to hunt, and I've also done that particular quest recently. But please don't remove it from the board. I am happy to do it, and I would like to do it for you. But I am crying inside. And soon there will be some external crying, most likely, but allow that to be entertaining. Allow that to serve as entertainment for your benefit. Ugh. Anyway, what would I like to use? I feel like using Blast. I just had a sudden urge to use Blast. Blue Barn, post what you want, please. If you genuinely don't want to post G3 right now, then don't. But if it is a quest that you want completed, I am happy to do it. I only put this on the record because those who have seen even the last recording will know that it would be very unusual for me to do this quest without a word being said as to my feelings about the quest. Anyway. Oh, G2 is the one that... okay, no problem. That's right, G3 is the one fate. Excuse me. I need to make a decision. Otherwise, Yi is gonna... disappear. I was gonna say, Yi is going to yeet. And then I realized, no, Doomlink, stop trying to speak like the kids do. Don't speak like the kids do, Doomlink, because that's not an applicable word for this situation. Don't speak like the kids. Alright. What would be an appropriate element here? Unfortunately, I don't have a hunting horn that would be appropriate for a situation where there are multiple elemental weaknesses for different monsters, because I apparently haven't addressed that circumstance or that scenario through my crafted hunting horns. I need to learn how to string a sentence together properly. So Glavenus is water, Zutsune is thunder, Astalos is ice. Ice might work for all of them, but I won't do it. Let's instead go... let's go Pierce Bow with the Hyoi. Oh, it's Hoi, sorry. It's not Hyoi, silly me, it's Hoi. Hoi. That's literally how you say it. There's no other way to pronounce this weapon except for Hoi. It's like a profoundly retarded way of saying Hoi. Hoi. Anyway, excuse me. I'm just very much taken by the ridiculous vocal gymnastics I have to undertake to pronounce this weapon. And its name. Pronounce this weapon name. There you go, Doomlink. Finish your sentence. Anyway. I did, Beans. You can soundbite that. I did say that. It was the only word that I could think that sounded like Yi. And it's not really a word, but Yeah. I went into this quest without coatings because this bow can only shoot exhaust, and I couldn't even be bothered to equip exhaust. Let that be clear. I'm just going to make sure that my chroma key is fine. My chroma key is fine. Notice the full implications of the word fine. A synonym to fine would be satisfactory. A synonym to fine would not be good, or perfect, or exemplary, or anything like that. So in other words, it's doing the job, but it could be better. Okay. Glavinus, we need to go to the beach, guys. We're going to the beach, where Blue Barn is. Glavinus goes to the seaside. That is the quest that we are... Well, that's the... the slang terminology for this quest name. Glavinus goes to the beach. Or goes to the seaside is what I said. Glavinus goes to the seaside sounds slightly more comical than Glavinus goes to the beach, although both sound pretty funny. So I can either go for the level 3 or the level 4 charm. Both are perfectly fine. The level 3 charge is Pierce level 5, and the level 4 charge is Pierce level 4. Get your head around that. In other words, I don't know which one would deal more damage in the end. I suppose what I would say... No, both would be dependent upon how successfully you have pierced through the monster. In other words, how you have positioned yourself in relation to the length of the body or whatever. So I couldn't even say that that would be different depending on which one you go for. In other words, maybe it would end up being the case that the level 4 charge would deal more damage, but you're getting level 3 on the pierce for the level 3 charge, so it's fine. You're dealing perfectly fine damage on the level 3. The idea is that if you need to hold the charge for longer, you'll still be in pierce, and you may even be doing more damage, so that's good. But you're not in any way required to charge to level 4. That is the point. Thank you, Doomlink, for spelling that out so abundantly, for the benefit of all viewers. Swing that tail, baby. Swing it like you've got something to prove. You don't have too much to prove. You're a fairly well-respected monster in the series. Whoops. I was in a rather awkward position there and didn't actually notice that there was a sleep taking place. Yee. You behave yourself. Well, that should be fine. That should be quite fine. I don't feel a need to get out my Mega Dash Juice. Oh, that's really good positioning for that. What I'm going to do is, because I feel like I'm not quite in the right spot for critical distance, I'm actually going to do that. That should be better. Now it sort of feels like I need Mega Dash Juice, but whatever. That was some beautiful damage. I was in the perfect position for that paralysis, which is, let me tell you, a welcome change to the norm. Because usually when a paralysis takes place, I'm off healing somewhere or some shit. But not only was I in position in terms of critical distance, but I was in position for pierce, which was a delight to witness. Well, speaking of delight, it would be delightful to get Triple Volley 3 at some point in my lifetime. Whether or not I'll manage that, I couldn't say for sure. There will come a time when I'll actually hunker down or buckle in, whatever you... Oh, that was very interesting. Did you see that? Did you see that? I actually took his health threshold down mid leaving the area to get him to limp. So half of the leaving the area animation was just him walking normally, and then he limped for the other half. So that's pretty fun. It's rare to see that. I have seen it before, but that was rare. I don't know what I was talking about before. Probably wasn't very important. Probably me just crapping on as I usually do. It was something about things relating to Monster Hunter. I'm pretty sure that I had concluded all of what I had to say. And that's a dead Glavenus. Excuse me. This is so cool. Playing Monster Hunter at this time of day, it's like having two different audiences, I have to tell you. I'm here playing with Beans and Blue Barn. How weird is that? That is not the norm, and I'm enjoying it. That's not to say that I don't enjoy hunting with Vernon and Autonomic and Juvenator, but I'm liking it. I'm liking the change. So Astalos will spawn here. So... Is this the first time, Beans? Is this the first time we've hunted together? If it is, then that's great. Welcome to the room. Welcome to the live stream, shit. I thought we'd played at least at some point in the... Oh, that's right. You only recently made this character. Yeah. No, he does not spawn there, Blue Barn. He spawns about over here. The trap position was beyond off. But, that's alright. Funnily enough, where you placed that trap this time was where I last thought Astalos would spawn, but because I've done this quest somewhat recently, I do remember where he spawns, so... Oh, we played on Mario Kart, I see. Well, okay, we technically haven't played Monster Hunter, but we have played Mario Kart. Well, that's good to know. I only vaguely remember playing on Mario Kart with you. Oh, that must have been when Tron was playing as well. Well, that's one thing that will never happen. Me playing Monster Hunter with Tron, that will never happen because he doesn't play Monster Hunter. He tunes in very occasionally for Monster Hunter. He tuned in for a 3 Ultimate live stream just long enough to clip and quote me on the "that's what you happened" phrase / statement, which I am not embarrassed by, but I do find to be uncharacteristically retarded. That's not to suggest that I am not usually retarded, it is to suggest that the degree of retardation was unusual. You know, I don't usually come out with lines like that. That's how you happen. But I said that, and quickly admonished myself for it, but, you know, Tron was present for it, so he's keeping that alive. The reason why that happens is because I've always got whatever's coming out of my mouth going on in my head, plus a separate line of dialogue. Like I have this internal dialogue that's always running, and very occasionally the wires cross. And so I'll just, you know, come out with a load of shit. And it's just like, wow, thanks, Doomlink. I understood every word of what you said, not. But I quickly correct myself when that happens. It doesn't happen all the time, but it's, you know, it's enough of a mistake that it's a big deal when it happens. And it's memorable. Liking the team, though. We're getting things done. We're killing these monsters without much difficulty. And you guys will say, oh, you've jinxed it now. Well, not in my book. Oh, there's a sleep. I think Yee's gonna fuck it up. Oh no, Yee was aware of the sleep. I don't have bombs, I regret to say. And Yee is on the case. Nicely done, guys. What did I just do? I actually jumped up on this thing and didn't even intend. That was very confusing. For a good 3 seconds, I had absolutely no idea what happened. But anyway. It's always fun. Things are coming too smoothly, this is bad. Well, look, I don't worry about jinxing things. I think I think where jinxing comes from is subconscious complacency. Just the statement, things are going well, flips a switch in the subconscious that says, I can relax, you know, we're doing well, so I don't have to tense up, you know. Effectively, that takes place in the subconscious mind, and that's where, you know, the jinxing thing comes from. But now, if we're talking about a purely chance-based process or procedure, then jinxing is nothing more than placebo. But there is truth to the concept of jinxing in that sense. But I try not to worry about that. I try to make up for it through conscious effort, you see. Not in a good position for Pierce here. My stamina has taken a terrible hit as a result of my poor positioning, but I don't say poor positioning to imply that that was somehow an error on my part. It was not an error. I just happened to be in a bad spot for that knockdown. Couldn't have performed better. I don't have a crystal ball. I'm not engaging in live prognostications that relate to when the monster is going to be knocked on the ground or anything like that. No. I'm going to have to ask you to desist. I do not need. I mean, it was very strange what happened there, because it looked like he was trying to attack me and stopped. And I thought it was because he had run into the trap, and he was standing so close to the trap, yet was not in the trap. So he actually just stopped short of the trap and of hitting me, and it was weird. It was like, you know, the hand of God himself said no. That is not to suggest that the hand spoke. It is, in fact, to suggest that I could have done better with formulating that sentence. But anyway. The point is that that was a weird moment. Shall we make use of this trap? Because I can see that we're not committing to this at all, and I think we should. I'm going to be that guy. I'm going to ping, and I'm going to hope that we eventually get to this trap. I know that we're going to lose DPS just for a little while we try to get the monster to this trap, but it would be such a shame. Because you have to understand, he's going to leave this area pretty soon. So, the sooner he gets into this trap, the better. I'm not in a good position. I was too busy going for a swig of my liquor. That's the closest way I can say liquor with some sort of European accent without saying liqueur, okay? That's why I did that. Because liqueur is different, you see. That's something else. Liqueur is disgusting. Who can drink liqueur? I remember when I was a kid, I always wanted to try Grand Marnier. I always thought Grand Marnier was this really nice looking bottle, just a lovely looking beverage. I would always see it on the wall in the bottle shops growing up, and I was like, God, I'd love to try Grand Marnier when I'm older. And eventually I did. I had forgotten about that. And, you know, fast forward to what would have been, I think, 2 years ago, and I saw a little tiny bottle of Grand Marnier that was for sale, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get that. We're gonna try it. It was, I mean, it was fine. It wasn't disgusting. It wasn't unpleasant to the palate, but it was so sweet. It was this sweet orange thing. I mean, it's liqueur, but it was just, ugh. And I've also tried Chambord as well. I think that's the correct pronunciation. Just too sweet. Terribly, terribly sweet. Ugh, do not drink liqueur. It's not good for the soul. I would furthermore suggest one to avoid. You know, bourbon and all that sweet shit. Oh. I mean, if you're into sweet stuff, okay, but please reconsider if you haven't really delved into the land of spirits yet. There is a distinction and a difference between a spirit and a liqueur, by the way. Liqueurs are usually of a lower alcohol by volume, sitting at around 20 to 25%, I think, whereas spirits are usually 30 and above. To my understanding. Oh, liqueurs are just filthy, disgusting things. If I were feeling slightly more flamboyant, I'd be doing, you know, this pointing, like, you filthy! But I just didn't, so not too bad. That's not a reference, by the way, I just had a feeling that that would be an appropriate gesture to fully, completely, and manifestly project my disdain for liqueur. Yeah, that was a good hunt. I was being a bit dramatic. That was perfectly fine. I'm happy with that hunt. When I say I was being dramatic, you know, as far as I don't want to hunt Soulseer and I've done this quest before, look, it was fine. I didn't actually find that to be an unenjoyable experience, but I would say part of the reason why was because I was hunting with a different group. This is definitely a novel experience and I'm enjoying it. Oops, I'm apparently the best of luck. I did not intend for that. What happened was I placed my controller on my lap, accidentally hit R2 on my PS3 controller, brought up the shoutouts and sent that. And Yi is going to be very confused. I will say player 3. In other words, it is Bean's turn. I write it out that way, so that Yi is up to date on what's happening. Okay. Sky Tribe, Savior of the Skyway. Okay. Obviously the title of the quest, and most titles of quests are this way. It no doubt relates to some kind of story that will be told in the, I think, client comment is what you would call it. The message from the client that is written in the quest. But, yeah. I don't really understand the significance of it. Look at all this. This was a trade that I made off camera. So anyone who was surprised, you should be. Because I didn't do this on camera. I will set up another trade. I will try to be as swift as possible. I will not trade for that. I will trade for honey again. I'm keeping on top of my honey, let me tell you. Let me just tell you. That is a reference, actually. An obscure and unfunny one at that. From the year 2002. Right. Back from the old Han-style days. With the ravers in their rave pants and all that business. Oh, rave pants. You know, I saw a guy in rave pants about 10 years ago. Which might sound like, oh yeah, 10 years ago, that was a while ago. No, like, 10 years ago, rave pants was so entirely out of fashion. Not, well, they were never in fashion, but what I mean is they were so out. Like, you would not be seen dead in rave pants in what I presume would have been 2011, and I saw him wearing rave pants. I was just like, hello. Nice rave pants. It was a wild raver, and I wouldn't believe it. What is rave pants? Very big pants. Let me put it that way. Usually with, like, you know, a chain or a strap, you know, hanging straps, and they've usually got fluorescent colours, but not too much. Usually accents, fluorescent accents. No, Yi is not Blue Barn. That is, and I've tried to make this clear, it is Mier. What was the quest again? It was Raytheon. I'm, again, not taking a lot of time to get ready for Raytheon. I'm instead taking a lot of time to do my trades and talk about rave pants. And I apologise for that. But yeah, my advice to you, not just stylistically, but also as a matter of one human to another giving recommendations, don't wear rave pants in public. You're welcome to wear anything in public, really, provided it's clothing and you're not walking around in your birthday suit, but don't wear rave pants. It's not a good look. Anyway, I mean, if you're really into rave pants, okay, you know, power to you, but reconsider, well, not reconsider, but very carefully consider what you're doing with yourself. That's what I'll tell you. But if you're going to a particular venue where there's, you know, a rave going on, sure. And if you have to walk to the rave, okay, you can be seen in public wearing rave pants, but just... I saw this guy out the front of a bank wearing rave pants in a suburban area, okay? He was not on his way to a rave, he was just wearing rave pants, just normally. I was in a car with my friend, and I think we were, you know, going to the game store or something. And I looked out the window and there was a guy wearing rave pants, and I'm like, that guy's wearing rave pants. And I would have phrased it exactly like that. Same tone of voice. That guy's wearing rave pants. Anyway, I was more impressed than anything else at the time. I was like, shit, right? There you go. Anyway, let's get off that subject. Some guy who actually wears rave pants is currently offended, and I'm gonna try to appease him by changing the subject. No, the damage has already been done. In truth, the damage has already been done. I'm mounted, it says AC beams. All this because I made a reference from Beat Diz by Hardstyle Masters. Oh dear. And again, it wasn't a good one. It was weak. Oh, you were knocked down for much longer than I was expecting, Raytheon. And there's a sleep. Oh yeah, you were so close. I can't believe that the game actually let you do that. Yeah, let me do the charge attack. You know your place, and I like that, Yi. I like that about you. You know that I'm dealing more damage. My damage, by the way, is 445. That's true raw, with 24 dragon. So, yeah. And I think I'm doing a bit more damage than Yi. My hope is that he inspected my gear. Hey Zombie Virus, good to see you. Are you free to play? If you're available to play Zombie Virus, and I do believe you play with me, don't you, when given the opportunity, you are free to... Yep, okay, brilliant. That is a group of 4 people that I've never hunted with before. I've hunted with Zombie Virus, but again, speaking on the entire group itself, this is new. This is definitely going to be different, and actually, what I will say, Zombie Virus, is that I'm going to ask you to wait for one quest, because the next quest is going to be Yi's quest. He has done 2 of our quests, and to kick him before he is given the opportunity to do his own quest would be profoundly discourteous, so I will not do that. I'll let him do 1 quest, and then I'll bring you in. So, about 10 minutes from now, I would say. If it ends up being 20, then I guess we ended up having to do a Fatalis or something. Like, event Fatalis. Oh, today's a good day. Thanks for coming and hunting with me, guys. I mean, you might, to an extent, appreciate that I'm letting you hunt in the live stream, but I'm very much appreciative of you being here because it keeps things fun. Otherwise, I'd be throwing myself into the community, into the arms of the community. You know, whatever the community dishes out is what I must eat, basically. And quite frankly, you've saved me from that experience, so thank you for that. generally what this community serves up is unpalatable, to put it lightly. Alright, player 4. Off you go, ye. I'm glad you feel that way, Blue Barn. Nice and intimate, that's the way we do things around here. That's the benefit to a small live stream and a small community. I'd like this community to be larger, but not much larger. What have we got? I think I called it. I think I might have called it. But that's alright. It shouldn't take too long. We've got a good track record, I will tell you. I can't believe it's Fatalis. Anyway. No, I did not know that he was going to post Fatalis. I was just saying that if it ends up, you know, taking a long time, it's probably because we're doing Fatalis or something. And he goes and posts Fatalis. To ensure that Zombie Virus has to wait the maximum length of time. But, that's alright. Shall I use Hunting Horn? Would that be fun? I ask the question of myself, because I have used Hunting Horn a bit with Fatalis recently, so maybe it wouldn't be fun anymore. Maybe that's run its course. Let's do it. I have decided that it's still fun. Admittedly, I wouldn't have even considered it had I not deemed it to be fun in the first instance, and by the first instance, I mean the first subconscious evaluation of my options and arriving at Hunting Horn initially, like as the first possibility. Like, trust your subconscious, Doomlink, really. It's usually something to trust. It's usually trustworthy, how about that? That's a word, isn't it? Trustworthy. There's Exchanger and Insurance. That's brilliant. I was worried that I was going to end up eating for insurance and not getting Moxie or Insurance. Excuse me. I was worried that I was going to end up eating for Exchanger and not end up getting Insurance or Moxie or anything that would be appropriate for a harder quest such as Fatalis, but turns out that I got Exchanger and Insurance in the one package, which is lovely. Alright. It's Fatalis time, guys. We've got Beans using Paralysis, which, by the way, was the meta for first generation Fatalis. It was, I think, one guy... The meta for Fatalis in first generation was one guy gunning with Paralysis, while 3 people ran Dragon Dual Blades. Specifically, the Ancient Dual Blades, the Enduring Sacrifice, I believe it was called. It ended up dealing more damage to Fatalis on the basis of the high weakness to Dragon from Fatalis on the head. The Fatalis Dual Blades, in most cases, was the better Dual Blade to use as your Dragon Dual Blades, but for Fatalis specifically, it ended up being the Ancient Dual Blades. So yeah, there's a bit of trivia from times long gone. Well, I just mean Paralysis in general. You running Paralysis with this monster reminded me of that. I wouldn't say Paralysis is the meta for this game, but I will say that it's very, very useful to have a Paralysis take place, and that is also the case for Mount when it comes to Fatalis, because it gives the team a chance to hit the head. That's a huge thing. A chance to hit the head for the team is a big deal because that's where all the damage is. It's on that head. Oops, I'm playing the notes in the wrong order. No. I know what you're doing, Fatalis. I know all about that. Alright, attack is a priority for sure, but I'm not going to sacrifice my life to play the damn song. Which is why I'm not going in and attacking so aggressively while playing the music. Thank you very much, Zombie Virus. I would most certainly prefer G-rank quests to be posted. Ow. You guys have done wonders for my mood. I was in a bit of a sour mood at the start of this recording because me having recorded Monster Hunter in general was only because I had a failed attempt at recording Castlevania Symphony of the Night on account of my capture card having problems. That being a separate capture card of the one I'm using now. For very good reason. But anyway. That's a story in and of itself. But we're here in Monster Hunter now, and I'm enjoying myself. I probably wouldn't be if I were hunting with only the community though. I see entertainment value in hunting with the community. But I don't think I'd be enjoying it, if you understand. It would be entertaining for you, but not for me. That's what I mean when I say there would be entertainment value there. In that process, or in that product that would eventuate from me playing with randoms. I don't know how Fatalis is when it comes to paralysis resistance in this game. He might have higher paralysis resistance as compared to... Ah, there you go. Speak of the devil. Get onto that head, everyone. High priority. Doesn't last for very long. It lasted for longer in first gen, I'll tell you that. It seems to be the same resistance. How does that work? Yes, resistance and effective time, or rather effect duration, I should say, are two different stats. So it would seem that his resistance is the same, or at the very least quite similar, but the effect duration is shorter. Alright, I'm going to top up the attack song. Not just top it up, but replay it. Because I need to. But before doing that, I will get the hell out of the way of you and your snap and drag and heal, and now I will play the song. Hopefully encoring this will not be punished in short order. It was not. Almost charged up with Sonic Smash, just managed to get out of the way of that. And defense boost will come next. Got a tail attack here, which I might not clear because I couldn't get in front of him. Fuck, that's terrible. I actually couldn't do anything there. I was hoping that I'd be able to slip in front of him, but he was standing against the lava. So can you actually not do this? I will ask that you cease this activity at once. Okay, what I will do is prioritize self-improvement, because I've already got that here. And I can top up the attack in the end, in doing so. And by top up I mean restart the timer, effectively. If you replay a song when the effect hasn't yet run out, it resets the timer for it, which is great. I'm not going to encore that because I will not take a hit just to fail in completing the second level of the song anyway. That will not happen. I'm smarter than that. Sort of. No! It's not good for one's heart to so narrowly avoid that. You saw that I was almost pushed into two separate meteors there. Fortunately I was not in the end, but it was damn close. Damn close. I will use Sonic Smash soon. I've learnt not to save it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Again, I'm not doing too much damage on my own. The damage that I'm dealing is mostly through my teammates, by way of the... Oh, whoops. I think I was somewhat pushed into that, but... No, terrible combo. That would have been terrible had I rolled in the opposite direction. I did calculatedly roll to the right, but it was such a quick decision that it was more subconscious than conscious, I will tell you. But, anyway, what was I saying? Something about something. Anyway. That's alright. Oh yeah, most of the damage that I'm dealing is through boosting the damage of the team, rather than dealing more damage than myself. I mean, yes, I am dealing more damage by way of my own attack boost, but it's still not that great. Is that a paralysis? Yes, it is. That's lovely. Gotta love that death grip. Bringing paralysis to a Fatalis hunt is still viable. It's not as good, but it's viable. It's great to have at least a little bit of an opportunity to hit that head. If everyone went and attacked the head in that moment, which didn't really happen that time, but if everyone went in and attacked the head and got 3 good hits in, that's significant. I mean, that's, you know, a total of 12 hits, and assuming rather that we are using appropriate weaponry. That's good damage, absolutely. Cumulatively, that is significant. But yeah, just to clarify, zombie, you'll be in this room as soon as we're done with this quest. So, hold tight. Oh, that's alright. Yeah, that's alright. I wasn't sure. I actually didn't know it was a paralysis myself. Oh, that's a bit dangerous. I wasn't entirely sure that it was a paralysis myself, but I saw him cancel out of an animation and sort of go rigid. So I thought that something like that was happening. And it was a paralysis in the end. Whoa! I was not expecting that to appear in that spot. I will consume a life powder here. For both myself and ye. Yeah! It could be the guy's name, okay? I'm making fun of his name. Like, I'm saying that he might be Chinese, okay? I mean, that wouldn't be entirely unusual. There's a lot of Chinese people playing, and his name might be Yi. It might be on his birth certificate. Now, I can't say with any real conviction that Chinese people have birth certificates. But, assuming they do, he might have Yi written on his. And they probably do have birth certificates. But the point is that, yeah, that is a dead Fatalis. I'm glad that I could continue that sentence in a slightly less awkward way than I would have ended up having to do so, had the monster not died. Good hunt though. Good hunt indeed. I'm happy with this group. This group is solid. Untouchable, unpenetrable, robust. That is what we are. Alright. Oh. This Hoss bot is starting to piss me off. I'm getting bot followed, guys. But this is 3 follows as opposed to 250. Seriously, I got 250 bot follows in the space of like 5 minutes or something like that. I was just suddenly mass bot followed. And it took a whole month for those bot follows to disappear. It was pretty weird. So 3 in the space of 12 hours. Not very impressive by comparison. And I don't mean impressive as to suggest that bot follows are impressive, I just mean that it's not making much of an impact. Alright, I will be quick to remove Yi. Yi will be gone immediately, not because I have anything against Yi, but rather because I don't want to have to explain the situation. I don't have a keyboard in, and I want Zombie in here now. Come in here now. So requests, Doomlink. I will now look for Exchanger. Yeah, it does need to update. But it is also possible that someone else would be trying to join. Is this you? You said never mind, so... Does that mean that it worked in the end and this is you? No, it's not you. Okay. Good night, invisible. Yeah, so what happened was, he just managed to slip in before you. So, try again. I'm almost at Hunter rank 900. You will all be present for the moment in which I hit the final hurdle on my journey to Hunter rank 999. The last stretch. Is he in? Yes, he's in. Alrighty, so we are returning to Blue Barn. Player 2. Throw that there quest on the board. Whatever you want to do, I don't mind. Yeah, Exchanger is doing work. That's definitely true. I'd likely still be at, I don't know, early 800s, high 700s if it weren't for fairly religious focus on Exchanger. But yeah, more than anything else, you rank up so easily in this game. It's not how much HRP you get from quests, it's how little HRP you need to rank up each time. The amount that it increases by, in terms of the requirement, is so minuscule in this game compared to Try and 3 Ultimate, for example, that it's so easy to rank up. What have we got on the board? Even Brachydios need a holiday. Well, they do, don't they? They can't just be... Oh wait, is this the on-site items only? No, it's not. Okay. Good to know. I always confuse this with the Drifters quest. This is a fairly difficult Brachydios, but not even remotely comparable to Clashing Fists, it was called. It was the event quest for Brachydios in 3 Ultimate. That quest was a fucking awful experience. No, I don't really have anything to post. I haven't really... There are things that I need in the game. They relate to blunt weaponry, elemental blunt weaponry. But I haven't organised that for myself yet, and I would guess that there would be high rank quests involved, so I would rather not. I will just let you guys post, and I will skip myself. It's just easier. Oh, you're still here, N10. Yes, Clashing Fists was quite something. Did you and I end up succeeding in that quest? Did we do it? I think we did, didn't we? Yeah, we did. I remember that we completed that. I think it was with you when I did my last 2 Descent into Hades quests as well. So that was good. We've definitely, you know, been through the ringer with the event quests. I thought that we did Clashing Fists. We did a bit of Ivory as well. I haven't been successful with Ivory recently, I don't know why. That was the easiest of all the event monsters that I had come across in 3 Ultimate, but recently I've been having trouble. Alright, what was the quest again? I hate it when I check that and I don't actually internalize what I saw on the quest board. It was Brachydios needs a holiday. That's how we got on this subject in the first place. Thank you, Doomlink. Alright. Now, let's go longsword. Not lance, but longsword. as fun as Lance would be, I will abstain. Frostbelt. Unless there's a... Oh, no, I don't think I have. No, I do not. I could make Elder Frost Longsword. Would that be a priority at this time? Sure. Let's make Elder Frost Longsword. I think that would be what I want to make for Blunt Ice, right? I think so. I'd be pretty damn surprised if that wasn't the case. Should I just make it and not even check? I think I'll... Well, it's not going to harm my materials by doing this. My guess is that I can't upgrade it to the maximum. I think I'm missing one trunk spine. I'm not. Well, jumping Jesus. Let's actually make sure that I have actually chosen... Let's say actually a few more times. Let's make sure that Elder Frost is what I need for Blunt Longsword with the ice element. Generations Ultimate Weapons... Blunt... Where are they? Blunt... Raw Weapons for Dragonheart? God. Hello? Where is this written? It should be written somewhere. Here we go, Blunt Weapons. Longsword is... Elder Frost. Well, I'm very pleased to see that it's only 2 trunk spines required. And we will not equip this because I don't have the right set right now. But yeah. I have what I need, don't worry about it. Oh, you fucker! 5 trunk spines for 1 weapon, while I stand corrected. I couldn't be more insulted. And it's a water weapon that I want anyway. What the fuck am I talking about? Do I have blunt water? I can't believe I'm so foolish. I'm literally sitting here going, oh, I'm gonna make an ice weapon. It's actually water for this monster, ideally. Empyrean Eve, let's do this. Fuck me. I don't try to be so retarded, but sometimes it happens, you know. Sometimes it happens. Now, this longsword is not perfect for blunt. It's one of my worst blunt weapons in the sense that it has a little bit too much sharpness that is not going to receive a damage boost from bludgeoner, but it's still alright. It's still alright. We'll use this. I apologise for taking so long to ultimately achieve nothing. I don't know why ice came to mind. Anyway. You had to get your water weapon. Ice is fine for Brachydios, it's just not the primary weakness. It would be the secondary. Oh, water weapon from Solcia? Yeah, the Solcia weapons are pretty good. I don't think I ended up making any Mizutsune or Solcia weapons fully upgraded because I had determined that they weren't the best. But they're pretty good. They're not bad, that's for sure. Ow. You're putting me on my hands and knees, Brachydios. You're only one step away from dominating me. In the worst possible way. Alright. The sooner I can drop my sharpness down, the better. Because at the moment, getting no damage boost whatsoever from bludgeoner. Zombies also running longsword, I can see. That is a beautiful looking longsword, my friend. The feast for the eyes. We're actually both using Japanese style weapons. As it so happens. Oh, I went and rolled into the slime, which was not a great strategy. If you have a strategy in mind for hunting Brachydios that involves rolling into slime, I'd recommend that you reconsider your strategy. Please don't. Fortunately, your range isn't too amazing. It's pretty good, but it's not that good. Fortunately, already down to blue sharpness. Again, our target is green sharpness at this time, and we won't sharpen up until we hit orange. I believe that's the right way to do it. I've never had that confirmed in reality, but that's my instinctive evaluation. Yeah, full viewer team. That's the way I like it. Don't have to worry about aberrant members of the community running in and posting their own quests and going, or not really saying anything, just expecting, really, that their quest will be done. In point of fact, no one is under any obligation to do their quest just because they posted it first. Which might come as a surprise to them, but yeah. I mean, that's the logic, that's really where it comes from. That's what that behavior is about. It's, oh, I posted first, so you have to do it. Oh, you have to do it, it's on the board now. No. Guess what? You'll get a crisp kick up the backside out of the room, my dear friend. I don't have time for that behavior. Anyway. Point is that it's nice to not have that. Because there's a little bit of entertainment in that. But just a prosaic, oh, the guy posted the quest, let's kick him. I mean, there's no entertainment in that. Where's the entertainment in that? It's funny maybe the first time, and then it just gets boring. So the point is that I'm happy to have a full group of cooperative hunters here to have a good time. I do have red SP, but I'm getting life powdered on top of that. I'm not allowed to lose health with this group. Well, this is a point of concern, but I have yet to reach green sharpness, which is bad. Because this thing's not going to last much longer. He might be hyper, but I'm pretty sure we're doing pretty good team damage here. So, yeah. Hopefully I'm close to green sharpness, but... Oh yeah, that's right, the tail's over there. Go carve that. I'm not going to, I've got a lot of Brachydio stuff. I'd go and carve it if I had remembered to carve it, but I was too far away from it. I've got sharpness to lose. There you go. That's the way we want to do it. Brilliant. Unhinged Spirit will follow soon. And by soon I mean now. Look at that angled slime. That's funny, haven't seen that before. I'll check my damage momentarily, it should be pretty good. It is 398 raw with only 15 water. That's not that great. It's not that great. It's alright, but... yeah, I don't know about this weapon for blunt. I suppose it's fine, but... I'm not sure. I'm not overly enthusiastic about it. Oh! No. Oh, thank you for that, zombie. Your flinch there kept me from running straight into his attack, so thank you for that. That was greatly appreciated. That flinch not so much, but I ended up flinching. Blue barn there. I got blue barn back I got Blue Barn back. There you go. That's a bit of a fucking tongue twister. For the attack that Zombie launched at me. Let's not have that explode on us. Good positioning. Good timing, rather. And my positioning, for that reason, is quite good. To claim that my positioning is good in such a way is almost to suggest that I had a good strategy. I was not expecting a paralysis, it was purely by chance that I was in the right place. So good timing would be the right way to say that. So yeah, I probably spent about half of the hunt not having a damage boost. I would guess. That would be my estimate. Yeah, that was a fucking clean mount. It would have been so clean had I not been flinched by someone. That would have been one of the cleanest mounts that I had ever achieved had I not been flinched in that moment. At least I managed to get the mount. It would have been very disappointing to not have managed the mount on the basis of being flinched there, but I managed it. And that's great. Because I narrowly avoided one of his attacks and succeeded in a mount by doing a drop attack. Very nice. Nice work, everyone. We broke everything except his right fist, which is good enough. I was damn close to missing that mount, though. Let that be known in no uncertain terms. I don't think I was saved. Oh yes, you saved me. So basically you did a thrusting attack, Zombie. What happened was, Brachydios was doing a head thrust, which can be interpreted quite differently. But, you know, given the context, you know what I mean. He was doing a head thrust, and I was about to do an accidental roll into that attack. But you did a longsword poke and pushed me away from him. And you possibly took the hit instead. I don't know if you took the hit, but you pushed me out of the way. That's what I'll say. Aside from head thrusting, that's the thrust of what I was trying to say. You did get hit? Well, there you go. I will also mention, guys, that there's a possibility that the live stream will go down at some point. If it does, and I'm kicked from the room, don't worry. I will be back in less than 30 seconds. That's worth mentioning. Now, that isn't guaranteed to happen, but if it does happen, don't worry. It's on my side, not your side, and it will not last for long. I will return. So, yeah, I'm just anticipating possible instability in my internet. But we could be fine. I'm going to even go so far as to say we should be fine. Hi, Katsuki. Oh shit, I missed my exchanger. Now, the chef was fired up. I wasn't being a fool and failed to choose what the chef was fired up to make, but the chef failed. He was not able to make the food that was good enough for me. Like, he has made his food while fired up, and quite frankly, it was insufficient. It was not good enough, so yeah, I'm pretty upset about that. Sergio's Exposé. Ah, I do have a Blunt Thunder option. It is in fact the first gen Thunder Greatsword of choice, which in this game is a longsword, because this was back when longswords were greatswords. Back in first gen. So basically, this exact weapon, but without a scabbard, was the Thunder Greatsword of choice in first gen. Yes, thunder is the ideal element. Zombie? What is this fucking thing you're walking around with right here? Primal Horn. Yeah, it's primal alright. Looks like a fucking germ. That's what it looks like. Back when life on Earth was microbial. That's what it fucking looks like to me. Huh. Someone's actually, the cap of my whiskey is actually depressed. It's not, you know, it's not considering self-harm. It's just, it's actually pressed in. That's what I mean. And I don't know how that happened. Maybe someone decided to physically assault this bottle of whiskey. I don't know who on earth would be possessed to harm an innocent bottle of whiskey, but I can tell you that I've never been tempted to behave in such a boorish manner. Alright. I think we're good to go. White Fatalis Longsword. That was my Thunder Longsword of choice in 4 Ultimate. In this game, it's also my longsword of choice. Yeah. Silly me. I just happen to be using a blunt version this time, which again does not start with green sharpness, but it's fine. Now, it would have been faster if I went and used a Farcaster, but I've decided to save my Farcaster for something. I don't know what. Really, you should be saving them for moments such as those, but whatever. I'm saving it for another sudden, unexpected eventuality, excuse me. Eventuation. You dork. Get out of the way. Ah, that's right, we do have a hunting horn. That fucking germ horn. Looks like a thing with spores coming out of it, man. But yeah, it is a hunting horn, and so therefore it's playing music. It's very nice of you to play a tune. Oh, it's even got attack up. That is a pleasant sight. I'm a happy fellow. Oh, you're getting some... I'm sorry if I hit you, Mia. I mean, I'm not going to hit you out of playing this song, but if I hit you out of anything else that happens to be important, then I will pre-apologize. Fuck off. Hopefully I don't get hit by this. Ugh. Sometimes it is hard to see if you're in range of that attack. A bit stuck in my combo. Beautiful. That's exactly what I was hoping for. I should have actually comboed into Unhinged Spirit. I did not, but that's alright. Maybe I can get to the red charge before doing that. If it seems like it's not in any way helpful or necessary, then I will use Unhinged Spirit before reaching the red charge level. Do I have enough charge to finish this off? I do. But I was off target in the end. Depressing as that is. I'm just going to unhinge Spirit now. I did take a hit for that. Thank you for the heal. I can get back into the hunt immediately. Only to take a hit immediately. I'm doing what I can. And my best is clearly not good enough. Look how fast he's attacking. Holy shit. You'll need a fucking speeding ticket for that. I mean, that can't be legal. It would be a dereliction of responsibility for any law enforcement official witnessing that behavior to let it slide, quite frankly. Okay. I don't know what laws I'm referring to. I'm obviously going with some sort of, you know, automotive speeding analogy, which is neither funny nor clever. Need to get in position to hit the head, instead of indulging in my Scotch beverage. Sorry if I hit you, Mia. I am using a longsword. But fortunately it seems that you're not really being flinched too much. Good knockout. Nice work. And I'm ready for another unhinged spirit, quite frankly. I'll combo into it after this. Beautiful. I don't think he's going to last much longer, guys. It is hyper, but we are absolutely unloading on him. We are like a minigun with an endless... What do they call it again? You know, where they have all the bullets linked together. I don't know. I'm not really a gun expert. There's a word for it. Back when I used to play first-person shooter games and my mind was in military things, I had a word like that on hand, but right now I can't think of it. There's a word for it though, where you have all the bullets linked together by that. I don't even know what it is. I suppose it's like a plastic thing. Links them all together and you just put them in the gun and yeah, you just run through each casing. And then what you get, I think, are empty shells all linked together in the end. I think. I don't know. It's a lot of... That's quite a... What's the word? Brain, please. Get yourself in gear. Well, whatever. I spent a lot of time on that analogy. That failed analogy. No, not clips or magazines. It's bullet belt, I think it's called. No, that doesn't sound quite right. I don't know. Could be referred to as a belt. It would be correct to refer to it as a belt. It is, by definition, a belt. But I don't know if that's really what they call it. And people do actually wear them as belts, by the way. just to make that clear. It was a bit of a thing in certain heavy metal subgenres for a period of time. Back in the 80s, they used to sling them around their shoulders, you know. I'm reminded of destruction in the mid-80s. Imagine men with huge hair and bullet belts on their shoulders and black lipstick, you know, hanging around at the graveyard taking photo shoots. That's the 80s for you, man. That's the birth of extreme heavy metal, if you can believe it. Those guys had fucking balls. They were cool. I liked them. Anyway. We'll get up. I was actually trying to... The word that I was looking for before was tangent. I was going on a very lengthy tangent about a failed analogy, but anyway. Ethan's a liar, by the way. He said, if Doomlink records tonight, I'll be there. He never came. He obviously went to sleep, but maybe he was expecting me to go live sooner than I did. But, I don't know. He's a liar. That's what I can tell you. $190 hours? What, in this game? Jeez. Oh. HR as in referring to hunter rank. God, if I could put 2 and 2 together, that would be extremely helpful. It is your turn, by the way, zombie. Still looking for Exchanger, as you do. Oh yeah, that's right, I'm hunter rank 900 now, aren't I? Fuck. Haven't really... You know, I hit hunter rank 900, but I didn't really take the chance to enjoy that. I'm enjoying it now. Hunter rank 900, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. 900. It's significant. It's a fucking landmark for sure. In all my years of playing Monster Hunter, I've never hit hunter rank 900. And you know what? It's no real surprise. You have to understand that 4 Ultimate was really the first game where you could really hit hunter rank 900 without putting too much effort in. I mean, it took a lot of time, and even in this game it takes a lot of time, but for Try and 3 Ultimate, God, it takes a long time. Unless you're grinding a very specific quest for it, it takes a long time, because the requirement goes up really, really high. Whereas in this game, it almost plateaus out. It's really weird. It just doesn't really increase that much. So you just go higher and higher in the hunter ranks in no time at all. But it still feels like an achievement. Well, yeah, I do think so, Beans. I do definitely feel that these things are predestined. There was a reason why Castlevania didn't work. Well, Beans was there for that, by the way. He knows exactly what I had to deal with. That recording that I did, Beans, is not going to be on YouTube, you understand? So that was like a private, exclusive recording just for you. You can witness a little bit of the stuff that most people miss. It's me having to deal with technology not working at all. And it's bloody annoying, but oh well. Whoops. While this weapon is appropriate for Gold Raytheon, I don't want to use the same thing twice. Let's go snoop on Blue Barn's guild card. Oh yeah. Hey, come on, that's a guild card to be proud of. I understand why you feel sorry for Gunlands, but that's a guild card to be proud of. And Hunter rank 349 for sure. That's great. Very balanced. That's the way to play Monster Hunter. Use all weapons. Well, I say that, but your guild card is technically more balanced than mine, because you have like 100, you have more than 100 uses in Cat, whereas if you look at my guild card, there's a bit of a different story to be told there, in regards to Prowler. But, you know, aside from Prowler, yes, the best way to play Monster Hunter is to use lots of different weapon types. I think I ate. Yes, I did eat. So, I will equip something for Gold Raytheon. I suppose I'll go Thunder Light Bowgun, just to make a quick decision so that I'm not holding us back from starting this quest. Wait, is this Hyper Gold Raytheon? Well, that's alright. It's been a while since someone's posted a Hyper Silver or Hyper Gold, so I'll live with it. But yeah, this is going to be the hardest quest we've done so far. We can handle it. It's not going to be beyond our capabilities, but it's going to be harder. Oh, look at that hunting horn. I have never... This is incredible. Can you believe that in spite of the fact that I put about 600 hours into 4 Ultimate and 1,000 hours into this game, I've never seen the light break hunting horn. Never. I've never witnessed it. How could that be? Statistically, how is that possible? I don't know, but I've never seen it. That's really weird. But, yeah. I've never seen it before. And it looks great. I love that dark green. It's fucking... as they say, sexay. S-E-X-A-Y. But, yeah. Looking good. I'm not sure, Enten. You could be right that things need to be upgraded that require more uses for Prowler than 3. You could be absolutely right about that, but obviously that means I haven't upgraded what needs to be upgraded. Because I know exactly what my 3 Prowler hunts are. Keeping in mind that this Gil Khan is from my Generations character, ultimately. My first Prowler hunt was when I first picked up Generations and was like, what the fuck, I can play as a cat? And I tried it out and I was like, okay, it's kind of fun, but I don't think I need to do this again. It was interesting. Oh, that timing was so bad. I think that's it, guys. I'm done. I mean, there's nothing I can do. If I'm foolish enough to get hit by that, that's the end. Because I'm a gunner, I've got gunner defense, the poison will kill me. So, look, that was unfortunate, for sure, but I almost don't blame myself for it. Anyway, first Prowler use was me just trying it out in Generations for the first time. Second Prowler use, and in fact, the third Prowler use is the same, was me getting coins that I required for something that I was making for a mixed set. I was making a mixed set that I'm assuming it was Black Belt. It must have been a piece of the Black Belt set that I needed for a mixed set. And it needed coins that could only be acquired from a Prowler Arena quest. And I needed to do that quest twice to get the coins that I needed. Those are the only quests that I've done with a Prowler. So, yeah. And in fact, those 2 quests that I did with a Prowler in the arena, because it was such a momentous occasion, I don't know why I drank that. It was such a momentous occasion that I remember it quite clearly, and I was doing it with Sam. And you guys probably don't know Sam. He hasn't really appeared on my videos for a long time. Not because we're not friends or anything, but because we sort of have our own lives and our own communities, actually. And so we don't really hang out too much anymore, but he's the 2-time North American champion for Monster Hunter World. And he and I shit on 5th gen Monster Hunter all day. To put that into perspective. So, yeah. He tried to enjoy Rise, but he realized pretty quickly that it wasn't worth trying. I think. But I was actually surprised by how much he wanted to enjoy it. I remember that when more and more information was coming out about Rise, and Ethan and I were like, no, I'm thinking this is actually going to be pretty good. Like, Ethan and I were I'm really sorry, guys. This is not okay. I need to actually pull my head in and play properly. I will admit that second occasion was pretty rough. Like, that was a very rough combo, but to die twice is pretty fucking ridiculous, so... if we do fail this quest, it will be my fault, and no one else's. Now, to continue the story. I was feeling pretty positive about Rise, initially. This was before we were able to play the demo or anything like that. There was limited information to go on. And I was feeling pretty positive about it, and so was Ethan. But Sam was like, dude, this game's gonna fucking bomb, it's gonna suck, it's gonna be awful. And I was like, come on, it might be fine. But then when the game came out, I was very quick to denounce it. To completely disavow the game. But Sam was really trying. He was really trying to enjoy it. He, with full self-awareness, was switching off to everything bad about it. He was just desperate to enjoy it. Which was really interesting to see. Because, you know, when the moment came when he was actually playing the game, he really wanted to enjoy it. So, it was interesting to watch. Okay, so now, ladies and gentlemen, I will be playing more carefully. And I apologise for having died twice. That is not really okay. Not at all. And then I read the comment that was made previously by Blue Barn, which says, "We super got this. We super don't got this because I super am not playing properly right now." Or at least I wasn't up until this point. But that has changed. It's now time for me to actually pay attention to this fucking hunt. Because that was not good enough. It just goes to show that if I play entirely subconsciously against this monster, I just die. So, my subconscious can handle most of Monster Hunter, but not this quest. Very good flash. I didn't quite see who did that, I think it was Zombie, but that was a very nicely done flash. That was as clean as a whistle. I'd blow that. Okay? That's how clean that was. And you can interpret that as you wish. But that was very good. I've never understood the clean as a whistle term, or phrase, or whatever. Saying is what I was looking for. Because whistles aren't clean, they're filled with fucking spit, and saliva, and ugh. Whistles are not clean. I've grown up with that thought process. I've always thought that's just stupid. Whistles are not clean. You blow into them. How could they be clean? Legs are actually wings and head for element. Legs are good as a shot zone if we're speaking, or if we're referring to physical damage with shot, but elementally, wings and head. Wings are the easiest to hit consistently, but I have a good head opportunity here. That's a very good combo you're in there. Well, combo I say. I shouldn't have reloaded, that was a terrible decision. So even something as simple as reloading in that moment would have been enough to get me killed if she had decided to select me as a target. So I need to play smarter than that. There's no real margin for error with this monster, as I would like to think has been clearly demonstrated by my 2 deaths, but again, I could have been more careful, but those were not major mistakes that I made, but it's enough to get destroyed by this monster. I'm getting smacked by a conga. I shouldn't have reloaded. We've talked about this, Doomlink. We've really, really talked about this. You need to pick better and more safe times to reload your gun. This is not a matter for debate. It is an unequivocal reality. Incontrovertible, rather. The statement is unequivocal. The matter is incontrovertible. No. Stop. The pressure's on for me, you realise. You all realise what's on the line here. For me. Like, imagine if I died 3 times. Because the problem is, the first 2 deaths were just a result of pure complacency and laziness, but if I have a legitimate death on the basis of being outsmarted by this monster, that'll be 3 deaths. And so the pressure's on. I am lower defense, but being ranged gives me the advantage of seeing what's coming before it happens, so lower defense isn't enough of an excuse. It's a good excuse if you're not paying attention, but the point is you should be paying attention. And I will actually mention that it will be harder from this point on because I will actually be stuck in place every time I shoot my rapid fire shots. The problem with rapid fire is that you are stuck in place for longer. It's not just one shot that you can immediately roll out of once you're done. There is an animation that takes place. There is a process to it that needs to conclude before you can evade. So sometimes you can get a little bit cornered, so to speak. I think she's going to limp. We'll go for a capture, by the way, if we can't one-zone her. Oh no, she's not going for a limp. No one took a hit from that. I love you guys, honestly. You play so well. You're playing better than me today. Or at least in this hunt. There's the limp. That was a good idea, to go for the flash to keep her in here for longer. But yeah, we'll go for the capture, it's safer. And only because I've been behaving like an idiot, so... I'll stick the trap down here, hopefully she runs. Come on. Come on, lady. She didn't run, but she's over the trap at least. Uh-oh. Nice work, guys. Very nice work. Didn't take too long, and my poor performance didn't ultimately result in failure. So, that means, in terms of the overall team dynamic and team performance, we've done very well. That's alright. And I don't deserve the mantle. I do not deserve the mantle. I would guarantee that I'm the only one who got a mantle out of all of us right now. If anyone else got a mantle, do let me know, but I'm guessing I'm the guy who got the mantle. I could not be less deserving of this mantle right now. You got one as well? Good. I'm glad Zombie at least got one. It makes me feel slightly less dirty. But... what, Blue Barn got one too? Seriously? Well, shit. What are the chances of 3 people getting a mantle altogether? Usually what happens is one guy gets the mantle. That's typically how it goes, but... well, if you ended up being the one person who didn't get a mantle, Beans, then I'm sorry to hear that, but... yeah, okay. Well, it turns out that I don't have to feel so terrible after all. I feel a little sorry for Beans, but at least I'm not the one guy getting the mantle, and I'm the least deserving of it. Last night I didn't get an item that has a 90% drop rate. Well, I mean... you effectively got a 10% rare in failing to get that, so... sounds about right. Hyper Najarala is next. Very well. Where's my trap? There it is. Hyper Najarala. Is it ice that he's weak to? I always seem to forget. I mean, I think I'm correct that it's ice, but I'm never quite sure. I'm always second-guessing the elemental weakness of Najarala, and I can't believe that after all the time I've spent in 4 Ultimate and in this game, that I'm still not positive about that. I've probably got the hunt unlocked, Blue Barn. If no one else has it, then I'll post it, but Yeah, I'll likely be prepping the longest because I have to go and look for Najarala armor because I'm an idiot. Yes, it is ice. Good. I have to really lock that in. You know, like, Doomlink, it's ice. Don't second guess yourself. You're right. Take it easy. I might go for Greatsword, I think. Let's do Blunt Elderfrost. Well, Blunt Ice, which ends up being Elderfrost. I didn't take as long as I thought about. Well, excuse me. I didn't take as long as I was expecting to. I was actually internalizing the comment that Beans had written, which was, that's a unique way of thinking about it, so I almost said a mixture of what I was going to say and a mixture of what he said, which is how my enigmatic brain works. Okay, Hyper Najarala should be in here. Here we go. No, that's Zamtrios. Please disregard, it was a mistake. It was a mistake. Let's actually select the right quest this time. And please take a moment to read the quest title, if you wouldn't mind. It's quite well thought out. Some guy was paid to write that quest title. So just think about what you do for work and consider how much luckier that guy is. Anyway. I'm sure it relates in some way to the task given to us. The title is, well, I'll show you. Where's the quest information? Quest info, here we go. Or just wait for it to poop. Now how that okay, so let's read the client comment. What I'm about to tell you is absolutely true, I swear. It sounds crazy, but my armor crafting friend made a suit of hermetically sealed armor and, well, got swallowed whole by a Hyper Najarala. Please do something, Hunter. What the fuck? I can't believe it. So basically they want us to... They actually fucked it up. Look, they failed in the spacing. There's no space between A and Hyper. Swallowed whole by a Hyper. It's one word, guys. Not only is the whole premise of this quest just gross, but they actually have a typo in there. What is effectively a typo? I don't know if I should be amused or appalled, really, but anyway, that's this quest for you. Yeah, so as I said earlier on in the recording beans, most of the quest titles relate directly to the comment written by the client for the quest. Like, some of the quest names you're just like, what the fuck were they thinking? And then you read the client comment and you're like, oh, I understand. Out of context, a lot of the names are just fucking wacky and don't make any sense. Particularly this one. But, yeah. Even with context, it doesn't make it any better. I'm still sitting here wondering what they were thinking. But at least I have a better understanding of it than I otherwise would have. Would have had. Oh my god. What's going on in here? That's a lot of work just to get sharpness plus 2. That is an entire armor set dedicated to one skill. Dear me. That's just fine. If that... Go for it, man. That's fine. I'm not going to say anything. I've already said what I said, so I can't take that back, but I'll cease in my belittling of you if it is interpreted as such. My recommendation, Zombie Virus, is to get your hands on something called Athena's Armor Set Search. If you have it but don't use it, please use it. If you don't have it, please get it. You don't got it? That's alright. You can get it. Just look for Athena's armor set search. It is shortened to Athena's arse, rather appropriately. And it will allow you to select what armor skills you want for an armor set. And then you can see what possible... you can first and foremost see if it's an armor set that can be made. And then you can also select, like, generic talismans if you don't input your own. It's recommended that you input your own talismans to the software. But you can select things like 1-skill talismans, 3-slot talismans, things like that. It's not entirely... it's not all-encompassing, in other words, but you've got options, even if you don't input your own talisman information. But it gives you good info on mixed skills, and if you're concerned about selecting the appropriate skills even with that tool, you know, let's say, for example, you don't know what skills would be good for what you're looking for, the solution is to... all you have to do is get a list of the skills that are in the game, and to look at their descriptions. You can use that as reference. What I would recommend is that you really allocate some time to working on sets like that. Get a list of the armor skills in-game and what they do, and use that tool to build your armor sets. You can get an idea of what the best possible set for your weapon type would be, based on the list of skills that exist in the game and their descriptions, and then you can filter down from the best possible set to a set that is achievable with your talismans and also just generally achievable in the game through that tool. It will take a while at first, but when you put that effort in, you'll not only learn a lot, you'll learn a lot online, and this was not the network instability that I was anticipating. I apologize for that. It's really annoying. I was in the middle of a rather profound topic of discussion. Profound, at least for Zombie. It's harder for them because they are in the middle of a hunt right now. I don't know if they'll be able to. Should you abandon? You know what? Yeah, do that, because that'll be faster. Well, no, maybe it wouldn't be faster, but maybe abandon it. If... yeah, maybe do that. I wouldn't say to abandon unless we weren't in that quest for such a short time. Alright. We were only in that quest for a little while, so... yeah, sorry about that. That network instability was weird. That was not the way I was expecting it to happen. But... J-Ranks. But yeah, sorry about that. That was really annoying, but, anyway. I've made a new room, and we will hopefully get things back online. Back in working order. I'm almost tempted to connect to my phone to ensure consistency. If it goes down again, which I don't think it will, but if it does, then I will connect to my phone and then we won't have a problem anymore. But, yeah. Actually, I don't need to get ready for anything. I'm already set up. But, yeah, if it does, for whatever reason, go down again, stay in the quest. Because I don't want to fuck up your experience too terribly. But, yeah. I will definitely, at that point, connect to my phone. And then we won't have a problem anymore. Okay, so... look, technology doesn't work in my favor. It never has, never will. You know, some people in this world have a really bad relationship with technology. I'm not really one of those people, but I do have to wrestle with technology to get it to work for me sometimes. I wouldn't say that I have a terribly... well, it's not a great working relationship with technology, let's put it that way. Yep, so the link that Beans just sent is where you will find all of the Athena's armor set search options for all games except for Monster Hunter Freedom 1. There is one for Monster Hunter Freedom 1, but I don't think you'll be looking for that. Actually, there might be one posted on that website for Freedom 1. It was an edit made by another guy. But yeah, those will give you links to, I believe, a media file download page so that you can download the software. And the software it's very light, very easy to use as well. And yeah, so I don't know where I was cut off in what I was talking about, but yeah, what I was ultimately trying to say was that while it will take some effort to get an armor set organized for yourself, it is going to be positive not only when it comes to your personal learning with the game, but you'll also feel like you're really achieving something, and you'll also have a really good set. So you'll feel great on three fronts. You're learning how to better manage the skills in the game, you're putting a lot of effort into something, therefore the result that you get out of it will feel more significant, and thirdly, you are going to have a great set that will be very effective in the game. So, that is a tri-pronged benefit. And, quite frankly, you may as well thrust that trident into Generations Ultimate and, you know, tear the game in your asshole. I don't know what Athena's doing. I remember I seem to recall Athena was working on one for Rise. I think there is one for Rise, but I'm guessing it hasn't been updated on that page. I seem to recall Athena working on one for Rise, unless I'm remembering when he was working on one for World. But, yeah, I don't remember. Go with Athena. I think there are a few armor set builders out there. There's even one on the Pings decks, which is what I use as basically my Monster Hunter Bible. It's an encyclopedic accumulation of Monster Hunter information that is honestly just perfect. It is great. Pings decks is excellent, but Athena's armor set search is the way to go for building armor sets, most certainly. It's the most intuitive, it's the most comprehensive, and it's the most effective. So go with that. I am enjoying the whoosh sounds comment, by the way. Not that that can be viewed in the live stream because I'm covering the chat, but it's better that I'm on this side than on the right side. And some will say, well, why don't you have a border on your video, and then that way your webcam won't be in the way of anything in the game. And what I say to that is, that's clutter. That is just going to clutter up the video, and I'm not interested in that. I shouldn't have allowed myself to get caught into that attack, or caught in that attack. That was a bit dumb. But yeah. That was a pretty clean shot of Zombie doing that hunter art. That looked pretty cool. Najarala is strangely stationary while mounted. It's a bit weird looking. There's also funny timing for a browser. Let's see if I can do... Oh, come on, hurry up and do bloody Brimstone Slash. Let's see if I can get it off. Hopefully I can. Alright, I did get it off, but I was wanting to use it much sooner than that. It just didn't let me use it for a while. I was pressing the bloody buttons to do it, but the game was not impressed with me. It was like, nope, you're gonna wait. You're doing it way too soon. That's exactly how the game would sound if it had a voice. You're doing it too soon. I don't know. Don't know what I'm going for there. Oh, another mount. God, that was fast. How much mount build-up have you got? That's insane. I haven't seen a mount that fast since 4 Ultimate, man. That's impressive. Oh, you know what it is? There must be... Zombie and Beans must be getting mount build-up here. Is that what's happening? I don't know. I can't imagine... Oh... Oh, it's... Yeah, I think... Maybe it's mostly Beans, but still, that's... Oh, it's Aerial Sword and Shield, that's why. Yeah, that's what it is. Indian tech support is now giving you Monster Hunter gameplay advice. Look, I didn't intend to come out with an Indian accent, but it happened. It suddenly happened, and I had absolutely no control over it. There must be an Indian spirit inside me that just had to speak in that moment. But, I'm not saying it was a fucking flawless Indian accent, but it obviously sounded Indian enough for N10 to pick up on the fact that it sounded Indian, which was the first thought that came to my mind. I was like, why did that sound Indian? And then I decided not to draw attention to it. But anyway. Oh, fuck, I just lost my level 3 charge there. That's awful. Nothing worse than losing a level 3 charge. Right as you're about to drop it on the monster too. It's one thing to lose it because you've made a terrible decision to commit to it when you probably weren't going to succeed in getting it off, but I was very damn close to getting it off there. If you can't follow the direction a Najarala is going in, there's something wrong. Actually, no, that's actually... I would say that that is fairly abstract. That's not clear. You know what? He dug exactly in the direction that he would need to go to get to this area, so I will say that that's pretty clear. You were spamming the ledge jump? I don't know, you did a good job. Whatever you did, it was good. That was a very fast mount. The game that we're playing right now is basically designed so that you can't do that. That you managed to do it, so good work. Obviously there are certain exceptions to that, and I think one of them is Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield seems to have a disproportionately high mount value when conducting aerial attacks, but that's pretty good still. Are you limping? Yeah, you are. Good. He travels quite a distance. When he's limping, he goes straight to his weak area. How he can burrow that distance in such a short length of time, I wouldn't know, but... Yeah. Whoops, I'm going the wrong arse way. Beans is going the right arse way. Cap or kill? That's up to whoever posted the quest. Which is me. But I was posting it on the behalf of someone else, so who wanted this quest? I confused myself there. I was like, hold on, I'm the quest host, and then I realized, oh yeah, it's not my... I didn't choose this quest, someone else did. Anyway. Alright, we'll capture. I was well and truly confused for 1 full second. I was deeply confused. Anyway. Let's go for a capture. Good night. Oh. I've been trapped in the warm embrace, the suffocatingly warm embrace of a snake falling asleep. In real terms, I would have died. If I was my character, I would have died in that moment. I would have been constricted to the point of complete annihilation. I don't think the guy got eaten. I think his equipment got eaten. I mean, maybe it was saying that he got eaten. Maybe I didn't fully comprehend the meaning behind the comment. I saw that his armor got eaten, but I guess if he was wearing the armor, it would mean he got eaten, right? What if the Najarala shits out the corpse as well? How are we going to feel about that? I don't think I want to be there to witness that. But I'm guessing it was just the equipment that was shut out. I don't know. I'm not gonna focus on the issue. I'm not too curious. I don't really want to know. Well, you haven't done the zombie test yet. You might still have the zombie virus. And if you do, get yourself over here and infect my country ASAP. Because we're in need of a bit of fucking entertainment around here. It's getting a bit boring. Whose turn is it? I think it's... Well, assuming that was Blue Barn's turn, I'm assuming it would be Zombie's turn now. Do correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I really should be the one keeping track. I'm well and truly confused. So we went from Gold Raytheon to... I suppose it would be Bean's turn. If it's... Okay, if we went from Zombie to Blue Barn, then it would be Bean's turn, because it should have been Bean's turn instead of Blue Barn's turn before, but I don't know how that happened. I don't know, I'm not keeping track of it. And I should be. I am not actually fulfilling my duty as room host. Alright. Beans, post your quest. Brachydios bypass. Alrighty. Alright, so what would be a fun weapon type to use? Gunlance. Gunlance, for sure. I won't go blunt gunlance. I'll go elemental gunlance with... What is my water gunlance? You can do... It's... Plesioth, I think. Is it Plesioth in this game? No, it's not. Strange. What's the noise? There's no noise. It would be an in-game noise that you're hearing. Not sure what you're talking about. Not in-game. From stream. No. It must be something on your end, Zombie Virus. I can confirm that I have 2 audio sources. From the game and from my microphone. My microphone is not picking up anything outside of my voice. And game volume and audio seems to be in order. So... Is anyone else reporting strange noises in the live stream? I think it is you. I do encourage any person to report any weird sounds or anything weird that they're seeing, because if something is wrong, I do need to know, so that I can immediately address it. So thank you for letting me know, but I do think that it's... Yeah, I'd say that it's you this time, Zombie. But again, if anything strange does happen, let me know. Because if I don't know, I can't possibly do anything to change it. Alright. Fuck. Defender high is the way to go today. Look at my fucking shoulders, man. These are the shoulders of a man. A man who is not to be trifled with. You can fucking poke your eye out on these things. This would not actually be accepted in a highly regulated environment. Like, this would be a safety concern. Beans is definitely right about that. I can't believe I said that. Looking back on it, I'm ashamed. Admittedly, like, the guy's name was 3 out of the 4 characters that were required to create that word. And, you know, I can't totally shelter myself from the modern vernacular of the internet folk. So, yeah, I'm familiar with the word. But, at least I didn't use it correctly. Just as well. Otherwise, I'd be concerned for myself. Anyway. It's on the record. I can't take it back. I could do a stealthy edit, but I'm not that desperate. I'm desperate, but I'm not, you know. I'm not gonna go that far. Alright. Water gunlance. Something about water gunlance sounds oxymoronic. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like a gunlance having a water element is just weird. Doesn't make sense to me. It sounds like it sounds as if it's in direct contradistinction to the very concept of a gunlance. You know, a gunlance with fire and it goes bang and all of this business. And then it's dealing water damage. Like, what the fuck? Get out of here. You mother of a fuck. This must be normal shot time. To have as many as 5 gunlance shells available. I'm going to try to get off a live overfire. I'm going to pray that I can get it off. Please, baby. I actually think I missed that entirely. I can't believe it. That could not have been a worse time to flinch. Whatever, I tried my best. You can't say I didn't try my best. And I was close to succeeding, but sometimes success is just a hair's breadth away. But if you don't quite get there, you failed. Success is a binary matter. You either succeed or you don't. And yeah, I did not succeed that time. I'm both depressed and amused. Oh, don't you dare. I'm slimed. I cannot possibly take an attack in this moment. I couldn't possibly. I must request that you abstain, my dear friend. Oh. Oh, that was rather... That was a bit of a pick-me-up, as they say. That was both literally and figuratively a pick-me-up. Or throw-me-up in this case, which sounds a bit gross. Sounds like I've been ingested and then expelled from the throat. But, anyway. Have I considered voice acting? Yes, I have. Absolutely. I've absolutely considered voice acting. I've been fairly well encouraged by Ethan to pick it up. Not actively, as in he's approached me and said you should get into voice acting, but rather you know, I've considered it on my own, and his evaluations of my talent have encouraged me to pick it up, but it's quite a thing to get into. He talks about it in that way. Ethan has been intimately involved in the voice acting community for a lot of his life, and he's incredibly talented. Ethan, is incredibly talented when it comes to voice acting. A lot more so than me. If anything, because he's... I wouldn't go so far as to say that I'd be able to mimic his talent if I were to put more time into developing it. I don't know. Until I've done it, I don't know, but I can say definitely that he's got a significant capacity for voice acting, and he's been involved in that world at a high level. Not as a voice actor himself, but, well, I won't get deeply into it. I wouldn't know how much he'd want to talk about it. He'd probably want to speak for himself in that regard. But, you know, he's been quite... He's praised the things that I've done. I want to get into it. I'd be more interested in narration, personally. I'd want to do work with the voice, but I'd want to go with narration, I think. I've been told that audiobooks are where the money is, which makes sense, because you're sort of paid by the word, and if you're doing a whole fucking book, that's a lot of money. And, you know, I'd like to do an audiobook, but, I don't know, it's a thing you have to get into. I'm sure I'll do it, but I just... Oh, whoops, I meant to do Blaster Dash. That's a bit off target there. I don't think I dealt any damage. That was quite a blunder. But yeah, anyway. The point is that narration would be the ideal for me. Playing characters, not really. I can do characters, but it's not what I'm passionate about, I don't think. I think you need a passion. I think you need a passion to really succeed, and I don't think my passion is voicing characters. Kill it, screams Beans, Radio. Will do. But, thank you for drawing attention to that. It keeps it at the forefront of my mind, and it is something that I intend to do. Life at the moment isn't really allowing for that sort of change in career, but I'd say next year I will seriously pursue it, provided anything weird doesn't happen, but yeah. I will be transparent. What I would like in my life is to earn income that doesn't require me to physically show up to a location. So I guess what I'm ultimately saying is either good passive income or something that can be done online. And the reason why is because I do want to eventually move to Japan. This is a long-term goal, this is not a short-term thing. Because I intend to learn the language fluently before going over there. I don't want to join their workforce or their work culture. I have a lot of appreciation for Japanese culture, but I do not have much appreciation for their work culture, and I never will. And I don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be forced into their expectations of their workers. I'm not in any way interested in, you know, lower level work in Japan. That would be terrible. So, you know, I'm not going to be sacrificing myself for the sake of the company, let me put it that way. So I don't belong in Japan in that line of work. But if I could do voice acting remotely, that would work rather well. How long left on my stream? I don't know. Maybe another 30 minutes, roughly. We'll see. I haven't really thought about it. As long as I feel like. We'll see. Oh yeah, I seem to remember that, Beans. I think the first thing you said to me was, has anyone told you you sound like X person? I don't remember who it was, but I remember that. And I said, I don't even know who that is, but no, I haven't been told that. Yes, go for it, zombie. Go for it. The order is well and truly fucked, but go for it. I will be back in a moment. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Nature calls, as they say. So, turns out that this will be the last hunt for Bluebone. Oh, that's great, Dibby UK. It's understandable that you aren't usually able to catch the live streams and instead watch the VODs because this is a time that I don't usually record in for Monster Hunter, or record at for Monster Hunter. Anyway, point is, aside from grammatical anal retentiveness, I am happy to see you. I know that I do have an audience that watches the VODs that I don't really get a chance to communicate with, and I'm really happy to see you. That's great. Thank you for redeeming the voucher now. Waiting for me to eat. Mostly waiting for yourself to eat. There's Exchanger. Time to get Unlucky Cat. Sorry, I'm going to use a gourmet voucher. Because I need this. I appreciate the voucher. But I'm going to use a gourmet. Only for me. Literally everyone eats, and then I eat a gourmet voucher for myself. Or rather, activate or redeem a gourmet voucher. There we go. Ooh. Now, this gun lens would be appropriate for this hunt, but I'm not going to use this. I will use Heavy Pierce. That's alright, Bluebone. Thank you for hunting. This is the first time that I've had a full room of people playing that I've never really properly played with before. The usual suspects are Vernon, Autonomic, and Juvenator, really. That's usually what I've got. Zombie has appeared in that group / time zone before, but this is entirely new for me, and I'm loving it. Not too... yeah, I'm not sponsored by McDonald's. Heavy Pierce. Could you imagine if I was sponsored by McDonald's? Could you even, for a brief moment, entertain that dystopian reality where Doomlink is sponsored by McDonald's? No. Let's not even go there. Let's not even go there. I mean, I like McDonald's. I only eat it once a year, though. But I don't want to start a fast food discussion. Well, the funny thing is that well, because I'm not American, you see, I knew nothing of Carl's Jr. until the video uploaded by Niga Higa back in 2009, where he's, you know, basically advertising the Portobello Mushroom Burger. And I only remember what that's called because he said it over and over and over again. Now, I'm not going to guarantee that I would have bought a Portobello Mushroom Burger on the basis of having watched that video, but I would guarantee that a bunch of people bought that fucking burger because of that video. It was pretty weird, but it was literally just him fucking saying the name of the product and eating it repeatedly. It was very weird. I very, very clearly remember a time when that was his most recently uploaded video. And I didn't really watch him very much. I didn't find him to be that funny. I found him to be mildly entertaining, but what was he called again? I know his channel was Niga Higa, but it was... He had a different name. Can't remember it now. All the people from back then who were relevant were like, you know, Peter Chow, Smosh, Fred. What was that guy's name? Shane Dawson. You know, Shane Dawson experienced a renaissance, and I wasn't expecting that. I was not expecting that. I think the last... I seem to recall watching a Shane Dawson video back when he was originally popular, where some guy licked his face, and I was just like, I don't think I need to watch this. You know, I'm just sitting there going, oh, you know, this is some video on the front page of YouTube back in 2009 or whatever, and, you know, some guy licking his face in slow motion. I'm like, okay, I'll move on to something that I might enjoy watching now. Thank you, but no thank you. That was a bit weird, but I don't miss those times. Or excuse me, I do miss those times. That was when the internet was a little better. Not 2009 specifically, but you know, that general period of time in the internet's lifespan or history would be the better term, is something that I look back on fondly, and I miss those times, I really do. How I got on this subject purely on the basis of Carl's Jr. being mentioned, I cannot imagine. Well, I can imagine very clearly, and I know exactly why I got on this subject, but it's very interesting to think of just how prolifically tangential I am. If you really think about it. Was it McDonald's when the lady asked you how straight you walk? No, I was on my way to the bottle shop. I was walking past what I believe to be a Vietnamese restaurant? I don't know, it's some fucking Southeast Asian thing. Anyway, yeah. Something along those lines. It was nowhere in particular, and it certainly wasn't McDonald's. But yeah, I was just walking around, and this woman was like, oh, why must you be so straight, is what she said. And I'm like, you mean as far as me walking upright? And she's like, yes. I think it's good to walk straight. I think it's good to be rather upright. It's good for the back. And she said, well, You tell that to someone who's in their 80s? Or she didn't say it like that, she said something like, let's see how you fare 50 years from now, or whatever. I'm thinking, well, you tell me what the relevance of that is to anything of what's happening right now in my life or your life. Love. I'm walking erect, as our species is supposed to do. I don't even find myself to walk particularly upright. I'm just, you know, not fucking hunched over like some ancient fossil. So, I would apologise, but I won't. And I did not iterate what I just said to that woman. Otherwise I might have gotten a handbag across the head. But, but you know, that was what I thought in this moment. It's not what I thought in that moment. I didn't really think about it. I was too busy thinking, I've got some Francis Garner to purchase or whatever I had on the mind. I had beer on the mind, that's all I can say. I was purchasing a beverage for the Sonic 06 recording, the first one that I did. And what beverage was that? Shit. What did I drink for that recording? I can't even remember. I think I ended up getting Trappist Rochefort 10 and Westmalle Dubbo. I think that's what I got. Yeah, that sounds about right. Pretty sure. So, 2 Trappist beers, basically. And that was a good day. Good day. I have not been using gunpowder infusion. And I've chosen a terrible time to use it. I did so with a sense of immediacy. I was like, no, I must use it now. Because I haven't been using it, but it was a terrible time to use it. I'm very good. Whoever's on flash bomb duty is doing good work. I just destroyed an Alteroth who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. I regret nothing of what I've done. I don't like Alteroth. They're a bunch of assholes. Fuck the Alteroth. I sort of have an appreciation for them, because it reminds me of the Tri days. That, you know... Ooh. Very nice. Very nice. I would use Supernova, but I'll wait until he's well and truly knocked down. And when I'm not in the mood to be shooting with Reckless Abandon. That's actually topical. Reckless Abandon is the name of Critical Eye back in the old days. But yes, Reckless Abandon is also a fairly common phrase. No, it's actually not that common, but it's well known. I think everyone knows what Reckless Abandon means, but whether or not it's part of their day-to-day speech patterns, I couldn't say. I would guess not. But yes, one of those phrases we all grow up with. Unless we're out of touch with the older generations, which some of us might be. I'm lucky enough to have grandparents on both sides still alive and well. And I learn from them as much as I can. Which is why I use phrases such as on the horn. On the horn. Get him on the horn. Which of course means call him, or call her, or whatever. Horn obviously referring to the old telephones. And all of that business. Anyway, point is I like old phrases and sayings and all that. And old terminology. Stuff from the old days. Like prestidigitation. No one says prestidigitation anymore. Or even shorter words, such as dearth. But, yeah. That's what happens when you go and delve into Hansard from the turn of the 20th century. That's what happens. But anyway, that's what you happen, actually, to quote something I said in the past. That's how you happen. Well, did I say that's how you happen, or that's what you happen? I think I said that's how you happen. Yeah, sounds about right. Look at this swollen abdomen possessing Altaroth. Goes and wanders off frame. There is a barrel shaker among us. You know, I can't say among us anymore. I actually can't say that. I have to say in our midst. Because if I say among us, people will go, "Do you play that game?" And I'm going to be like, "No, actually." So I have to say in our midst from now on. For fuck's sake. That's fine. I will strike that phrase from my lexicon. Well, I'm assuming that was your last hunt, Blue Bar. Yes, I did actually do that face. And come to think of it, yeah, that is the that is the same face that I did that time. You're thinking of Loomdink, the emote. That came from when I was going on a rant about world players, and I did that face when I was speaking from the perspective of people who liked World. I was going on a rant, and then I did that face and spoke from the perspective of those people. So that was the origin of Loomding. And, yeah. I did something similar in that moment. So in other words, I would say that the Among Us community and the people who like World are worthy of making that face for when representing them. You really want to do that quest, Zombie Virus? It's a pretty serious quest. It's not just hard, it's crushingly difficult. I'm happy to try. I'm happy to do what we can. You know what I'll say? Wait. Oh, that quest... Okay, we'll do Bean's quest first. We'll do his first, and then... We'll see who we get. We'll see who ends up joining. But... You need that too? Take your turn, Beans. Post something else that you need. It works in your favour that what Zombie needs is what you need, but... We'll do something else first. We'll, at the very least, get a little bit of a different hunting experience between what we just did before and the double quest. Slam dunk. It's a capture quest. Well, there's a lot of Brachydios going on, but I would say that of all the Brachydios quests, bar perhaps the on-site only items event quest is the worst. So, because I hate capture quests. Do I like Quake? No. I was familiar with Quake earlier on in my gaming career, or experience as a gamer. I was familiar with it as a game played by those who were present for the beginning of online gaming. And, you know, of course it was, I believe Team Fortress was based on Quake. In other words, it was a Quake mod. I knew people who played Quake when it came out. And I never did play it myself. Look, the problem with first-person shooters of that era is that I'm too used to being able to aim down my sights. If I can't aim down my sights, I feel as if I'm lacking in functionality in the game. So, yeah, that's my problem. Which means that even original Halo, to be fair, I can't enjoy too much. Original Halo is about as far back as I go when it comes to FPS games. I don't play Doom, I don't play any of that stuff. I'm not much of an FPS player. I'm very much of my generation in the FPS games that I remember from the past. You know, the early Call of Duty games, like COD 3, COD 4, COD 5. But I definitely played a lot of Modern Warfare 2 and Black Ops when they came out too. But yeah, and also Bad Company 2, of course. Not just talking about Call of Duty here. I'm definitely a fan of Battlefield as well. Bad Company 2 was a legendary game. I didn't play the original Bad Company, but Bad Company 2 and Battlefield 3 I played the most of in that series. I've played a lot of Battlefield 4 on PC, although not as much as I played Battlefield 3 on PS3. But yeah, when it comes to first-person shooter games, I'm far from learned and far from experienced, but yeah. I'm going to bring an insect glaive. I've been taking my time because I wanted to get a fourth person in here. Who have we got? We've got... No. Listen, I'm quite happy to have someone who's not all that good. I'm quite happy to have that, but that's crossed the line. I can only be so gracious. I can only be so accommodating. But that's going too far. I've decided to go Insect Glaive today. And we might 3-man this. It's easier to 3-man. No, I think I saw Exchanger. I don't think I'm going crazy. Take it easy, Doomlink. Exchanger's right here. Go and get it. Whoop. Whoop. There it is. Go and get it. What if he had Ranger / Auto Tracker? I don't think that comes with the capabilities of Capture Guru. No, it doesn't. Auto Tracker and Detect. I think I've got that right. Anyway, no, not Detect. Is Detect the skill name of Capture Guru? I can't even remember. The point is that those are two separate skills. Most assuredly. God, I've gone through a lot of whiskey. Look at that. I've gone through that much today. How much whiskey? Fuck me sideways. I guess I'll have to slow down or something. JKS. Is that a shortening of jokes? Jokes. He's using the full black set. Does Exchanger make that big of a difference? Not really. I would say that it's nothing more than a marginal difference. In other words, it's reasonable but not incredible. It's not like, whoa, if you don't get Exchanger, you're going to be taken forever to rank up. It's not the case. I mean, it will speed it up, but it's not a huge difference. Slam gunk. Gunk indeed. I'm finding that most of the situations in which I use Mega Dash Juice end up being situations where I've had to consume, or rather eat food. Well, eat food. I mean, I try to say consume when I'm referring to actual in-game items as opposed to food that I eat before a quest, but aside from that, yeah, I find that I'm usually using Mega Dash Juice for Unlucky Cat. Thank you, Cheesecake Lover, for the follow. My last 2 follows were from bots, so this is certainly appreciated. Well, as Zombie Virus says, it does help to level up faster, but I'm assuming that Beans was asking if it actually makes a considerable difference to how quickly you can level up. The answer is yes and no. It does make a noticeable difference, but it's not amazing. It's not. I'm going to completely change the game. This is a big bracky. Maybe I'm a cheesecake-loving bot. Maybe. I can never rule out that possibility. That was bad positioning. You just got slashed in Uranus. I created an ass crack for you because you seem to be lacking it. But have you noticed that we are one of the few creatures on this earth that possess an ass crack? In case you were not familiar with that, you have now been appraised of the nature of the ass crack. And I hope that you are feeling better off for it. Sometimes I say very strange things, and I'd like to think that you are fully aware of that by now. I don't know what I got hit by, but I got hit by something. I'm getting hit by all sorts of things now. I wish I could truly understand it. I can only partially understand it. That's all I'm capable of in this moment. We also get embarrassed. What else does? I don't know. What does get embarrassed? Is embarrassment recorded? What are the prerequisites for feeling embarrassment? What sort of intellectual capacity is needed for that? Embarrassment. It's a very good question. What is required? It may have been asked in a purely tongue-in-cheek fashion, but I will genuinely think on it. I will consider for at least 60 seconds what other creatures in this world could feel embarrassment. You know what, it's such a specific emotion that I think you'd have to be very familiar with a specific animal to know. As general trivia, I don't think that would be typically known. We could always assume that dolphins might feel embarrassment. They are reasonably intelligent. Would a dolphin feel embarrassment? I think so. I would say there's about a 75% chance that a dolphin would feel embarrassment. But I don't think it's pure intelligence that would result in embarrassment. There's another factor I would say would have to do with self-awareness. I think that is the factor. Self-awareness leads to embarrassment, which means that there's probably a very limited number of creatures that can feel that emotion. Well, that's absolutely true as well. There can be emotions that are in no way experienced by humankind, but are indeed experienced by other animals that we can't even hope to quantify for the reason that we do not experience those emotions. So, but having said that, I think that most animals act on an instinctual level, which we can relate to. We do have instinctual reactions by way of the R complex, and by way of other areas of the brain that remain perfectly intact, evolutionarily speaking, I don't know if it's evolutionary or... Anyway, ignore Doomlink being unable to speak the English language for just a moment. The point is that we definitely do fully engage with our primal instincts. Can you not? Get over here. Over here. Behave yourself, sir. Apparently our lips have the same materialistic structure as our assholes. No wonder I feel like I've been eating ass all my life. I had no idea where that thought came from, but now I understand. No, I don't actually. I'm talking out of my ass. Quite fittingly given the subject matter. But no, I did not think that. I have to make this very clear for anyone who might misunderstand. I'm quite confident that I've not been feeling like I've been eating arse. Oh, this is a capture quest. You're absolutely right, Beans. Thank you for reminding me. I had completely forgotten. JKS has actually forgotten. I will also... Let's capture. There you go. Just to make sure that JKS knows. Now, here's hoping that JKS hasn't well and truly forgotten that it's a capture quest and decides that, you know, that's purely a preferential matter. Well, I don't want to capture, says JKS, and then proceeds to fail the quest for us. Uh-oh. Please walk into trap when you're ready. Are you quite ready to finish the quest for us? You've got to be joking. JKS has managed to work it out though. He realizes that we must... No! Okay. All done. That scared me too. It looked like he was going to jump over the trap. He jumped real high, covered a lot of distance, and then suddenly dropped like a stone onto the trap. Which I'm glad to see. He is operating based on instinct, you know. He instinctually strives to end you, zombie virus. What am I drinking? This is Scotch whiskey. It is Bell's whiskey. I find that Bell's whiskey is one of the best whiskies that you can get in a litre bottle and at a low price. It's peated, it's smooth, it's nice. I find it to be the most appropriate purchase for one's money. I'm not about to sit here and say that it's top shelf whiskey, but I will say that it's nice to drink. Anyway. And what am I missing there? Looks like Mega Dash Juice. Yes indeed. Okay, it is now... Hold on. It is now Zombie's turn, but do we want to have JKS for the upcoming quest? I have decided that the answer is no. I'm almost tempted to set an HR limit of 100. I'm going to do that. What we are about to do is absolutely requiring what I'm about to do, which is... Let's try to be slightly more articulate, Doomlink. We are about to do one of the hardest quests in the series, which will require at least Hunter rank 100, in my opinion. So, let's be sensible about this. At the very least, I'm a high Hunter rank, so maybe that will incentivize people to join, but we might still be sitting here waiting for a while. Well, that's not true, Zombie Virus. They are both weak to Thunder fairly significantly. So, while Silver Rathlos is chiefly weak to Thunder, particularly weak to Water, he is still fairly weak to Thunder. So, I should probably try that whiskey instead of the self-made vodka that my grandpa makes in his garden. Yes. I concur wholeheartedly. It might be safe to drink, but maybe don't. The only thing that I want to hear in association with gardens is a floral beverage such as gin, not vodka. It's probably perfectly drinkable, I don't know, but I wouldn't. Not until I was perfectly confident that it wasn't going to kill me. This is the Chaos Oil 3 hunt, that's right, Blue Barn. Am I happy with Crusher's loadout? That's a pretty good set. His defense is lacking because he is using Hayabusa Feather, but you know what? He's got a good setup. I can only hope that he is fully aware of the risks of this quest. I'm barely confident when it comes to completing this quest. I'm actually going to have to try, which is, in some cases, more than what would reasonably be asked of me. But here we go. Yep, go for Thunder. Zombie Virus, I'm telling you, Thunder is perfectly appropriate for this quest. Because Silver Rathalos takes plenty of thunder damage. In fact, in Portable Third, because of how good Zenoga weapons were, you would ideally use a thunder weapon rather than a water weapon in Portable Third, because the water weapons in Portable Third were generally worse, stats-wise, as compared to the thunder weapons, even taking into consideration the fact that Silver Rathalos' weakness to water was higher, or more significant. So, the point is that the difference isn't that great. Thunder is perfectly reasonable. Yeah, Hayabusa Feather does become a bit of a glass cannon depending on the mixed set. I would say that my Sword and Shield set could be well described as a glass cannon because it's sitting on like barely 700 defense. It's actually technically less than 700, but with my Armor Charm and Armor Talon it becomes 700, and then with Defense Up Large Food it's like 715, 720, something like that, but it's terrible. For G rank it's not even remotely passable, but ooh, see, that's why I didn't ready up. I was in the back of my mind something was tickling me. It was saying, Doomlink, you don't have any ammo. I'm going to bring combination materials for this quest. Me bringing combination materials for a quest in this game is unheard of. But for this quest I will do it. Do I have Pinchuna? I would need bone husks in order for that to work. Let me check Pinchuna. I do have Pinchuna. The only reason why I have Pinchuna is because I haven't used any. Admittedly. Hold on. What do I not need? Shit. I feel... excuse me, I don't mean to sound like I have a lisp. I was actually gripping my lower lip with my teeth and couldn't enunciate the word. I think I said shit, didn't I? Anyway, the point is that I can't really bring combination books. Well, you know what? This will probably do. Hold on, what am I doing? A Bone Husk Pinchuna, that's piece level 3, 75%, good enough. Put away the bone husks, or excuse me, the husk berries. Bone husks is what I want to keep. This will do just fine. Well, that's perfectly fine, Cheesecake Lover. If they distill their own vodka, then, you know, being Russian, then that's fine. It's probably perfectly alright. Hello, Potato. Good to see you. I'm still waiting for you to play World at War with me. The only reason why I'm sitting here playing Monster Hunter right now is because I can't go and play World at War with you. It's a lonely journey in World at War. I can't really play with many people. I've got Ethan, who only wants to play once in a blue moon, although he would never admit that. And yeah, next week I play on mouse and keyboard. I forced myself to learn mouse and keyboard about 7 years ago. It was hard for a while. But funnily enough, when it comes to first-person shooters, I can't go back to a controller now. Going back to a controller feels so manifestly disgusting that it's sickening mind, body, and soul for me to use a controller. So anyway, I'm going to head up to the Silver Rathlos because that seems to be what we're starting with. Going back to a controller is like going back to a scooter after you buy your first motorbike. That's right. Because you realize that you had become so used to what is, in actual fact, limited capability. It felt perfectly fine at the time, but when you go back to it, you realize, whoa, I can't believe what I actually forced myself to get used to. It's really fun. And strangely, you think that, I mean, WASD, you think, is less maneuverability than what can be achieved with an analog stick, but it's not true. Because you make up for that with mouse functionality. So, yeah, in actual fact, mouse and keyboard is far more accurate, and you can do far more with a mouse and keyboard by comparison. It's fine if people want to use a controller if they're used to that. I'm not going to have a go at someone who uses a controller. I'm not going to consider myself to be superior to a person who prefers a controller. People are absolutely welcome to use a controller if that is what they are comfortable with. But I forced myself to get used to a mouse and keyboard to the point where my muscle memory completely fell out of favor with controller. Controller play is well and truly uncongenial to my brain. My brain's like, you get the fuck out of here. I cannot comprehend you. You make no sense to me. And you make me sick. And it wasn't always that way. Let's just stick with Gold Raytheon. It's easier than having to chase after the monster. Gold Raytheon has been dunged, I think, yes. But hopefully she won't leave. We'll see what happens. We'll approach the situation as necessary, but... yeah. So, a thumbs up, well, I don't know. Is it situational? Is it something that can be evaluated on a case-by-case basis when it comes to controller and mouse and keyboard? Maybe. But I feel like there is more accuracy when it comes to a mouse and keyboard. It feels that way to me. Look, the way I generally approach it is that if it's a first-person game, mouse and keyboard is the way to go. A third-person game feels more natural with a controller. But there are exceptions to that. There are certain games, like for example, third-person shooters, I still feel like playing with a mouse and keyboard. Anything that requires me to aim with a gun, I just feel like I have to use a mouse and keyboard. For that. Just feels right. You have a friend who plays Dark Souls 3 with a mouse and keyboard, you don't know why or how. I think the how is the biggest question. The why I can understand. The how, not so much. The why, because, you know, people who pick up Dark Souls 3 don't realise that, you know, it's not really a game designed for PC, it's designed for consoles. Second of all, the how... I don't even want to get started on that. Anyway, it might just be because it's so far removed from my personal experience that I can't possibly comprehend it. But... actually... oh, wow. Guys, we're taking on Hyper Gold Raytheon and Hyper Silver Rathlos double quest without insurance, which is partially my fault because I believe I've chosen to eat for Riser High and Weakener. So, there you go. free aiming throwables. I don't know if that's worth using a mouse and keyboard for in Dark Souls 3. Anyway. Look, some third-person games I'm fine with. Like, I played, what's it called? Epic of Remnant? Is that what it's called? No, excuse me, Remnant from the Ashes. Epic of Remnant is something else. What's that? That sounds like a DLC for something. But Epic of Remnant is Fate Grand Order, excuse me. Remnant from the Remnant from the Ashes is a third-person shooter that I played with a mouse and keyboard, and that was comfortable. I enjoyed that. But really, uh-oh. Look who's here. I don't have dung bombs, you know. I hope someone got them. Dealing with two of them. Zombie... Just a word of advice, this is not an admonishment by any means, but it is a recommendation that I think you'll understand to be logical. The best thing to do with dung bombs is to dung bomb the monster that has been in the area the longest. Because let's say, for example, we dung bomb the Silver Rathalos who has just arrived, whereas Gold Raytheon has been here for a while. Imagine if Gold Raytheon, who is now leaving on her own, see how she's leaving on her own? What if Silver Rathalos, after being dunged, is sent in the same area as Gold Raytheon? Now that hypothetical scenario that I just mentioned actually happens a lot when you dung bomb the monster that arrives latest. So it's always better to dung bomb the monster that's been in the area for the longest. It's not the natural reaction, but it is the best thing to do. I hate being hit by that shit. No, you fucking don't. I do not require your aggressive combo. It's really not necessary. But yeah, it's only through experience that made me realise that, Beans, because, you know, I've never been one to aggressively dung bomb monsters, but I found time and time again that that would always happen. You know, you'd have the invading monster get dunged, but because the monster that you were originally fighting had been in the area for a really long time already, they're about to leave on their own, and there's a good chance, maybe not a good chance, but there is a chance of some description for that monster to end up just going to where the dunged monster will end up going. So it's actually not a good way to approach it. You should instead dung the monster that's been there the longest. And that's not something that everyone follows, you know, that's not... You know, not doing that is not an indication of an inexperienced hunter, I wouldn't think. That's something that some people pick up and that others don't. I find it to be fairly logical, but it's not something that crosses everyone's mind. Beans seems to have poison resistance, which is pretty good. That's a bloody good skill or whatever to having. I believe it's called negate poison, but I don't know if he has that. It might be some other effect that prevents him from being poisoned by Raytheon's attacks. But oh, I should be using Thunder Level 1, seeing as that. Oh no, Thunder Level 2, excuse me, I'll use that. Should be using that against Gold Raytheon. I'll absolutely do that. You can see that if I didn't have Evade extended there is no way on God's green earth I would have avoided that tail flip. That tail flip came so quickly that... How do I say that? Yeah, it came so quickly that you would have to, honestly, initiate a miracle to not be hit by that if you didn't have Evade extended. So, yep, there you go. That's the way you want to do it. And you'll find that she will leave immediately. Check that out. Potato, I didn't even know that Diamond and Pearl were being remade. Sounds interesting, but the problem is that Pokemon Remake, to me, is synonymous with 3D Pokemon. And I'm not interested in that. Pokemon, to me, is a top-down 2D experience. I can't handle 3D Pokemon. I've never tried it. I will admit that I've never tried it, and I might be extremely inflexible in writing off Pokemon purely on the basis of it being 3D. But to me, as a person who doesn't really play Pokemon avidly, it doesn't work as a 3D experience in my mind. So, I don't know. I think the first time I saw a 3D Pokemon game was the one that released for 3DS. I think it was Sun and Moon, something like that. When I saw that, I was like, this is not Pokemon. That was my immediate reaction. Sounds a bit snobbish, sounds a bit elitist, sounds a bit all sorts of bad things. But that was my immediate reaction. I was like, this is not what I view to be Pokemon. So, I don't think I want to play it, and I didn't. So, there you go. Fuck off, Raytheon, seriously. Oh, the art style's like the Link's Awakening remake. That's enough to make me sick. Aren't you the guy, Potato, who liked the Link's Awakening remake art style? Were you the one? You were the one, weren't you? It was you. Fuck me. Anyway, I mean, people are welcome to like it, but it looks way too polished for me. Like, it's almost as if everything is like this porcelain, shiny fucking model. It's just gross, like, compared to just those, what I suppose would be viewed to be gritty, pixelated graphics, like those sprites, you know, almost. Oh, I was under attack, but I was fortunately sent out of the area. I need to go in there and support. Fuck. Whoever's got the dung bombs, thanks, because I don't have them and I feel like I'm not really contributing because of that. Danke für die Hilfe? Danke für die Hilfe. Fucking hell. German is basically English, but extraordinarily aggressive. In case no one knew that, but yeah. Danke für die Hilfe. Die Hilfe. Danke für die Hilfe. There you go. Thank you for the health. I mean, really, you wonder where English came from. Now you can see. It's a mixture of Germanic, Latin, and... oh. Hello. And, well, Romance shit. Look, I have not done an education in linguistics, and it's just as well, because I sound phenomenally retarded as I speak in this moment, but the point is that English is not very unique. That's possible, Potato. It's possible. I don't want to play any remakes until I play the original game first. I know some people don't look at things in that way. They don't look at it from the purist's point of view. If they weren't old enough to experience it when it was new, they don't see it to be a problem that they've only experienced the reimagining of that game. I see that to be a problem, because you can't possibly evaluate whether it's an improvement or a step backward, because you don't know what the original game was like. So, for some people, they don't care, they don't want to evaluate such things. They'll evaluate the remake and that's it. You know, that'll be enough for them. But speaking for myself, I don't really want that. I want the option to make that evaluation for myself. And so I will ensure that I play the original version first. Can we just appreciate for a moment that we are still hunting only one of two monsters here? That's quite shocking and disturbing. Beans, you're not using the gold Raytheon sword and shield, are you? I think you are. That's okay. I can't really blame you too much for that, but as you can imagine, you're probably not doing too much to this monster. I'm looking to see where the weak links are. I mean, I would imagine that I could be doing more damage here, but I am using elemental shots with a gun that isn't, and a set rather, that isn't fully. Oh no, Beans is using Adalkar. Okay, I stand corrected. Well, better Adalkar sword and shield than the Golden Thorn or whatever they call it. How much Gaelic is in English? I don't think there's much Gaelic in English. I don't think so. There would be a bit, absolutely, there would be some, but I don't think there's much. Gaelic is very, very different to English. Phenomenally different. There would be slight elements. You'd get like a tiny microscopic taste of Gaelic out of English, but yeah. Gaelic is very different. We are capturing, my friends. We shall not drag this on any further. And now, for Silver Rathalos. We have fought Silver Rathalos a little bit. We started with him, if you recall. But he is almost at full health. So, we really need to buckle down and do what we can. The odds are against us. I'll put it that way. The odds are against us. I only got 22 Pierce level 3 out of that. And 11 garbage, unsurprisingly. But yeah, the odds are stacked. Oh, Rathalos is where Raytheon is, everyone. Annoying as it is. Scottish dialect would be a mix of their Gaelic language plus an English influence, I would guess. I'm not by any means an expert in linguistics, but I agree. A strong Scottish accent is very difficult to understand. I'm pretty good at it these days, I've gotten better with it, but like an actual proper Scottish accent that's really thick and rural. Yeah. I can't understand it, quite frankly. Oh. Out of that. Yeah, it's trap time. If either Beans or Zombie has a shock trap that hasn't yet been used, hold on to it. If neither of you have one, when you can, let me know, because I will save my pitfall trap for the next capture. I just want to make sure that we can capture this one. Saving time for this quest is a big deal. We need to do that. You have a shock trap, Beans? Okay. In that case, I will use my pitfall for this hunt. Oh. Oh, there you go. Good piercings through the wing and the body. There you go. Didn't last very long. That's alright, I'll get my pitfall out, but I will wait until he moves. I will not trust him to not move. This follow-up shock trap is not good. I will tell you why. It is because it will reduce, or rather increase his resistance to the trap that will ultimately be his capture trap. We don't want that. We don't want him to be at maximum resistance to shock traps when we want to capture him. It means that there is a much smaller window for us to throw tranks, which is bad news. But the trap was dropped in good faith, but it was not strategically sound by any means. This Crusher, okay. If it's a pitfall, it's okay. That's fine. I will save my pitfall in that case for when, or for the eventuality. It's not a guaranteed eventuality, but if the shock trap fails for the capture, I will keep my pitfall trap for that situation. But yeah. I will gunpowder infusion. I haven't used Supernova this whole hunt, and I will use it now. This is the time for me to use it for sure. Good knockdown. I just felt like supporting. Felt like an appropriate course of action. Guys, you have done so well. Really good work. One faint. We did one of the hardest quests in this game without insurance. We had one death. Very nicely done. Very good work. Didn't even need to capture this one. He just died. It took us 20 minutes. But who cares? Success in this quest is what's important, and to succeed is more than what most groups can say when attempting this quest. So, nice fucking work. Those of you who haven't done this quest before, enjoy your Chaos Oil level 3. I wasn't even paying attention half the time, Beans. I'm glad that my subconscious was doing work, but yeah. Blame the whiskey for that. Whiskey, well, alcohol in general is bad for multitasking. I'm too busy focusing on the chat and whatever conversation I'm involved in. I got a mantle, which is good. Very nice. Your PC turned off? Well, what I was saying, Zombie, was that we did very well in succeeding in this quest. And I'm really, really happy with this group. I don't want to go around saying that I'm proud of you guys, because it's not necessarily my position or my place to be proud of anyone. But, you know, because that automatically puts me on a pedestal, but I am. Like, I'm really happy with how we've performed. We've done very well, and that was a great result. 20 minutes or whatever, it doesn't matter how long it takes. If we succeed, then that's good enough. Potato, I record this late. Not all the time, but sometimes. Just never Monster Hunter. It's very rare that I will record Monster Hunter at this time. For sure. But other games, no, I do record other stuff. Usually Dark Souls or something like that. Actually, no, you're right. This is very late, isn't it? Shit. It's almost midnight. This is fucking late. Let's keep going, man. Let's keep at it. Nearly midnight, yeah, this is rare. The latest I've ever recorded in my time, therefore the weirdest time for anyone else, would be when I was doing my live reaction to the Monster Hunter Rise release. So I was there for the Monster Hunter Rise live stream, but I didn't record that. And then about an hour after that, which would have been like 1 in the morning my time, I then recorded my live impressions of that live stream. That was a weird time, but anyway. That's that. My live reaction to watching the Monster Hunter series dive off a cliff, yes. Although I wasn't that negative at that time. I had concerns, but I wasn't sitting there going, this game's gonna suck. I didn't know. I really didn't know. Because you don't know how much they're gonna streamline things until you actually play the game. I don't know whose turn it is. Is it Bean's turn? I think so. I think it was Zombie who posted that quest, so it would be Beans to post next. What have we got? That's my last glass of whiskey, by the way. This here? That's the last of my whiskey. I don't want any more than that. That much in an evening is enough for me. And that'll do it for me. It's not about what you can drink, it's what you should drink. And I don't want to test my liver too much. Alright. Again, if I do go offline again, it won't be permanent. It'll be a momentary period of me being offline. What did Crusher post? Oh, I guess it would be Crusher's turn, wouldn't it? Crusher was here, I think, for one quest, or was he only here for... What should we do? Okay, we'll let him have a turn. We'll let him have a turn. It'll be a quick quest anyway. I'll go Sword and Shield. And Dread Razor, if I can find it. There it is. I could all... You know what, let's do it. I will use Indra, which is another first-gen Sword and Shield. Indora, as it was called. That was their attempt at translating it back then. They just took Indora and translated it as Indora, as opposed to Indra. Is this the one feint? It must be. Yeah, this is the one feint. Does anyone have... No. No one has insurance. I will likely eat for it unless I end up with Exchanger. I can't possibly give up the temptation to eat for Exchanger now, can I? That would be quite unseemly of me. Well, I've got insurance on... Well, there you go. I got insurance in the Defense Up Large, so that's good. Are you fucking me in my ass? Medic? I don't want medic. The chef being fired up means jack shit. The chef being fired up? I'll fire the chef, alright. He won't have a fucking job. If he ends up on the street, I don't give a shit. Fat cat on the street? Couldn't give a damn, man. That guy doesn't do anything for me. I try to eat for insurance, I get medic. Eat my ass. What's the point of you being fired up if you can't make me some good food, you dick? You had one job. Seriously. Insurance is available every hunt, but only in the elemental boost food. It won't always appear in attack up large and defense up large, but if you snoop around in the elemental resistances food, you'll find it. Every time. Yeah, the battle axe version of my weapon is pretty good. It's the original version of the Giganox, saber, and axe. I'm guessing he starts in 6, he should. Yes, he does. Okay, guys, we cannot die. No one here can die. If any of us die, that's it. Because... yeah. I was not able to get insurance. So we must play as if our lives depend upon it. Or at the very least we must play as if our lives depend upon not dying. If you can believe that. That's too much realism for my liking, says someone. That's right. That's right. Oh. Goodness me. You're not about to tell me, Potato, that you watched Dora the Explorer as a wee lad. I don't want to hear anything of that. I need to overwrite that image that I've just had forcefully embedded in my mind of you watching Dora the fucking Explorer. Please. I don't know what my image of you was prior to that moment, but... ugh. Dora the Explorer. You know, Dora the Explorer is fully 3D now. Did you know? I didn't realise until someone sent me a fucking picture of it, and I almost threw up. Yeah. Check out... Potato? Do yourself a Google search of Dora the Explorer as it is right now. It is fully 3D. So... oh, is that right, Cheesecake? That's good. You know, if Dora the Explorer taught you English, then fair enough. The fuck were they thinking? They weren't thinking. If they were thinking, they would not have made Dora the Explorer fully 3D. They wouldn't have done it. This is the thing. No child is going to look at drawn animation and think, this isn't modern. Like, hello? Of course not. I mean, the reality is that drawn animation is just better. And we're not talking about high-level drawn animation here, it's fucking Dora the Explorer. So, you know, just keep it. Don't be a bunch of absolute dicks. Just keep it. But no, they went full 3D. Yeah, they did the same thing with Bob the Builder. But they did it with Bob the Builder much sooner than they did it with Dora the Explorer. And Dora the Explorer only did that, like, a year ago or something? Maybe 2 years ago? I can't really say for sure. I can say that I received the image of that, like, 2 years ago. As far as when they did it, maybe I can't say for sure, but... yeah. It was a fucking scary sight. It looked like a horror movie. Except it wasn't a movie, it was a TV show for children. So, it wasn't really a horror movie. I'm being hyperbolic to very clearly outline my distaste or my displeasure for fully 3D, you know, fucking CGI shit. Dora the Explorer. I mean, I don't care. I never watched Dora the Explorer. Why would I? But actually, that's not true. I recall going to a friend's place, and it was on the television, and I remember watching it. and it was funny. It was actually funny. It wasn't cringy, it wasn't, you know, boring, it was funny. I was sitting there laughing with my friends. It was good. In that way. Because to me it was just this fucking Spanish girl walking around being an absolute dunce. And there was, I mean, it was the most stereotypical thing I'd seen on television, and I couldn't believe it. It was really quite funny. And my memory of it still, you know, gives me a bit of a laugh, and I don't know. Excelente, she would say. Meanwhile, I'm thinking, hello. Who goes around saying excelente? Excelente. I used to say that as in my Let's Plays, like my current channel, back in 2015, I used to say excelente as a joke, referencing that fucking show. Because I found it to be so manifestly retarded for them to have a character say excelente as a catchphrase in an English show, that I just had to say it jokingly. I mean, why not? Why wouldn't you do such a thing? It sounds like a perfectly natural thing to do, right? Well, that's what I was doing, and I don't really regret it. It may as well be a horror movie. Yeah. Nice work, guys. You guys are unstoppable. You really are. You can imagine, right, that it would be very awkward for me to have, you know, people playing with me who really weren't good, like just really genuinely sucked at the game. Which was Juvenator and Cavenator at first, you have to understand. Like, I had to work with Juvenator a bit. He started off pretty bad, and Cavenator was a write-off. He was not even, he wasn't fit for the, you know, he was like the misfit for the circus that even gets thrown out of the circus, and he's likely still that way. But you guys play well, and I'm loving it. Trademark. So. I play generally bad though. Don't know what's happening today. Look, I will say, Beans, that even if you play poorly, a big thing, a huge factor in success is how the hunt generally goes. If you aren't good at the game, but you play with a group that's very good, you'll perform better. Absolutely. But as far as I'm concerned, you're playing fine. I don't see any issue, so. Alright. So, how have the turns been going? I'm going to work out when to stop based on the moment we reach the end of the turns list. So, I guess we'll go Beans and then Zombie and then we'll finish. Is that right? I think so. I think that's how we'll do it. Crusher is not going to like that. Crusher's going to be like, where's my turn? Double slot charm with element +7 and Thunderlord +3. That's not too bad. Don't worry so much about the Thunderlord, but double slot charm with element +7 is reasonable. It's not incredible, but it's reasonable. Oh dear. Okay. See what Beans puts on the board. Misty Opportunity? I wouldn't know. How the Mists of the Misty Peaks relates in any way to an opportunity relating to Duramboros, I couldn't possibly know. I wouldn't even begin to determine that for myself. Oh god, hair. There you go. We'll go... Actually, let's go with a bow. Heavy fire. It's heavy fire. I just found it. Here it is. And with this particular set, I don't need Mega Dash Juice. Because this is the only armor set that remains from my previous group of sets that actually had Marathon Runner. I used to have bow sets, each with Marathon Runner, and then I remade them all except for my Load Up Heavy set. So that they, were all reliant upon Mega Dash Juice. Here's Exchanger, come on, give me the fucking skill, thank you. I know that I'm going to receive the skill if I get, you know, that health recovery effect. If I don't, then it means that I've well and truly failed. Hold on. What do I need for this bow? I need power level 2, element 1 and 2. There we go. Goody. I'm actually getting tired. You're hearing me yawn. When was the last time you heard me yawn in a recording? Like, seriously. Never, I would suggest. Because when I'm recording, usually, like, it's the beginning of my day. I'm not yawning. It's the beginning of my day. Whereas now, it's the end of my day. It's midnight. It's 12:06 AM right now. And you know what? I don't regret it. 4 hours of Monster Hunter, ladies and gentlemen. It's been good fun. Second to last quest. Oh dear. Fucking hell. Whiskey's a good sleeping pill too, by the way. Let's keep on top of the situation. Keep on top of the situation. Don't think you must stay awake. No, I'll be fine. But yeah. Check the stamina consumption and you will see why Marathon Runner is quite good for bow. You've got two choices really. You either go for Stamina Recovery Up or Marathon Runner. I think Stamina Recovery Up is honestly better for mixed skills. Mixed sets, in other words. But I ended up going with Marathon Runner. I don't really regret it, but particularly because I just remade the sets anyway. But yeah. Oh, you turned yourself all the way in that direction. There isn't much I can do in that situation, how is that? I suppose I should be with a heavy bow, aiming for the hump. That would be a good thing to do. As you can see, it's just very awkward to aim it, but whatever. Damage is damage. Ugh. Oh, whoops. Excuse that. I saw you, Alteroth, trying to sabotage my efforts. position this properly again, sorry. I went and bumped it. Oh. Ah, very good. I will continue to aim for the tail here for good damage. The tail is a good weak point. Very good. And to finish off the whiskey, it wasn't really necessary for me to throw my head back like that. That was a bit dramatic. But as you can see, if you've got Marathon Runner, there is no real reason to have Mega Dash Juice. This stamina consumption is perfectly manageable. So, yeah, I chose not to keep with this for my other sets, but it's nice to at least have this as a point of comparison. So you can see that going for Marathon Runner isn't totally ridiculous. It's not like it's a crap skill, it's a perfectly good skill. The problem is that there aren't so many options for mixed sets when it comes to Marathon Runner. You can't really mix Marathon Runner with lots of other skills, in other words. It's usually quite particular. And, you know, it doesn't really mix with other stuff that's good for bow. Which is a bit of a problem, which is why I ultimately walked away from it. Maybe I should carve that tail casing. I shall do that. This is the last hunt, right? Or is it not? I think... Oh, this is Bean's hunt. Okay. We'll do Zombies hunt after this. That's fine. I'm not really keeping track of what's going on. Crusher loses out ultimately, but... That guy could be an asshole. You never know. He could be an absolute... fucking... goober. So, I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume that I'm doing the wrong thing by a very lovely gentleman. I'm just going to assume that he's a complete fucking mug. Fuck that guy. That Crusher guy. As you can see, heavy shots require one to point oneself all the way up to the sky, all the way in the heavens. Particularly if you're shooting at a weak point such as the Duramboros hump, but you definitely have to point yourself up quite high. Ugh. This was a pretty fast hunt, though. Nice work. I think we broke everything. Horns, hump, and tail. That's everything. Nicely done. Oh dear. You also broke his will to live. That's also true, yeah. Hadn't really thought of it in those terms, but you're not wrong. Well, having said that, we can't say that for sure. He might have, right up until the very end, wanted to live. But he still died. We don't know if his will to live really disappeared. But maybe we could hope that. I don't know, is it better that he died wanting to live, or died wanting the pain to end? I don't know. Let's not think about it. Shit. Sounds a bit gross to me. Well, that's definitely true enough. Am I going to hit hunt rank 904 in my next hunt? Let's see. I feel like some sort of Monster Hunter professional. Sitting at hunt rank 903. What the fuck? Yeah, 35 HRP. What's going on? I think I deserve an extra 35 HRP just for being so close. Okay. What's going on? Oh yeah, silver large crown. I think I've got a gold crown large for him. Alright. Whatever you need, zombie, put her up. Oh goodness. This will definitely be my last hunt. This is the most tired I've ever been in a live recording ever. I've recorded some videos where I was pretty damn tired before, but in terms of live recordings, no. Because I've always been, you know, straight out of bed, ready to take on the day. But no, this is midnight, man. And my sleep schedule sometimes has me sleeping an hour before this point. Depends on the day. I'm a bit on and off. But yeah, it takes Mizutsune to tango, not tangle. You can tangle with him if you want, but in this case, we're tangoing, which is slightly more, I don't know. We could possibly say flamboyant, because, you know, only gay people dance. But aside from that, let's go for Lance. Nah, Thunderlance. As you wish, as you wish. Oh. I guess Beans needed to change weapon. Oh, excuse me, Zombie was the one who posted. Zombie needed to change his weapon. Which is fine. He's allowed to do that. Oh my fucking god. I'm tired or something. I don't intend to keep you updated on the state of my tiredness, but you know. Yeah. I'm feeling it. It's definitely a thing that's happening right now. As you do. By some people's estimations, I would be a complete lightweight, quite frankly. Like, I'm pretty bad at staying up when I'm tired. Ethan's a king when it comes to doing that. Ethan will start being tired, but then continue to function for 7 hours. And if work is required, he will continue to function for 24 hours from the moment he starts feeling tired. I have witnessed some strange things with that man. But yeah, sleep is for the weak. I don't mind being weak. I will become a weak person if it means being able to sleep. I will readily admit that I'm a weak person if I'm allowed to sleep after doing so. But yeah, sleep is a good thing. Certainly. We're out there. Actually, to be honest, yeah, I know exactly where Mizutsune starts. It's just that I'd forgotten that I was hunting a Mizutsune. Whenever I'm running around aimlessly in a location at the beginning of a quest, it's not because I don't know what we're hunting. Excuse me, it's not because I don't know where the monster is that we're hunting, it's because I don't know what we're hunting. There you go. I'm tired, okay? I have a free pass to speak absolute crap. Whereas before now I didn't, so... Judge me as you wish. For all strange comments made before 40 minutes ago. Maybe not 40 minutes ago, let's say 30. 30? Yeah. 40? Absolutely unreasonable. Unconscionable. I could not have possibly said anything 40 minutes ago. that could have been a result of me being tired. But 30 minutes ago, yeah, okay. Aiming for the Thunder weak point, which is the claws, the front claws specifically. No shield charge, sir. 'Tis what I am looking to achieve. Okay. I'd love to corkscrew jab, but I'm too busy being attacked by Crusher's it is longsword flinching time, ladies and gentlemen. I'll wait until after this mount to use my corkscrew jab. There we go. That's how you enunciate Doomlink. Thank you. You fucker. Alright. Corkscrew jab. Bang. Right in the chest. Right in the breasts. Alright, Crusher, I understand. I very much understand. You can tell I'm a lightweight when it comes to being sleepy. I'm a fucking lightweight. Admittedly, I will tell you that whiskey is a sleeping pill. It really is. Oh. If you're otherwise tired, like if you're probably going to be tired anyway, but add whiskey to it, it's like, oh. It's an absolute... You know that thing people do when they're sleepy, they go... It's that. It's that factor. The... Whoops, I meant to use... Whetstone. It's the factor of sleepiness. Drowsiness. That is the... in other words, it's very... it's very comfortable. It's reassuring almost. You know that as soon as you close your eyes, you're off to the land of dreams where you shan't awake from until you are ready to take on the next day. And it's nice, but when you're trying to stay awake, it sucks. Oh. Here I am trying to employ some level of strategy when it comes to my positioning in relation to the monster, and then I just get thrown on my hands and knees anyway. Which sounds about right. Lance is the least appropriate weapon type for team hunting. It really is. You can get your teammates back with a few lance charges if you are so inclined, but it's not recommended. It's not recommended. Oh, fuck. Couldn't really do much of a counter there, I regret to say. Thank you for the flinch, I appreciated that. That would have been awkward to guard. Here we go. I see that I don't know if this was a thing in 3rd gen. I have a distinct feeling that in 3rd gen, a shield bash did not actually apply elemental damage. I could be wrong about that. It's absolutely possible that I'm remembering this incorrectly, but I think... I could also be getting confused with Sword and Shield. But I think that shield bashing with a lance in 3rd gen did not apply element, but it seems that in 4th gen it does. But I could also be getting confused with Sword and Shield, which does have shield bashing functionality that even in 4th gen I believe does not apply element. But I can say with 100% certainty it did not apply element in 3rd gen. this is referring to Sword and Shield. Lance I'm not entirely sure about. But I don't think that it applied Element in 3rd gen. That doesn't sound right to me. That seems to conflict with my memories. Can you see that stomach flab that Lizardson has? Like, what's the deal with that? That's fucking disgusting. Who wants to see that? I don't. Lose some weight. Fuck me. If you're not gonna wear any clothes, then I don't know. Work out. Have some fucking decency. Oh, that didn't work in my favour at all. I would like to finish off with the corkscrew jab, but I can't promise anything. Oh, let's go for it. Oh, that immediately failed. It could not have failed faster than that, quite frankly. Well, I got greedy, but that's alright. It's not like he's not going to die, I just wanted to finish off with a corkscrew jab, would have been rather cinematic. But that's fine too, that's fine too. Alright, good hunt guys. Now I'm just warning you, I'll probably get a Mizutsune Pallium, because I usually get one. Usually. But if I don't, then it's because I said that I will get one. Or at the very least I'm likely to get one. If you give notice of a likely rare acquisition, you'll most likely not receive it. So, we will see what happens, but oh, I should get one. Oh my god. I'm gonna go and hit the hay, ladies and gentlemen. It's time. The time hath come. Okay. Huh. Didn't get a Pallium. I was genuinely expecting it. I really was. In my heart, I believed that I would get one. I hit Hunter rank 904, which is not very surprising considering that I only needed 34 HRP. It doesn't really matter what quest I cleared, I probably would have gotten 34 HRP unless it were a Harvest Tour. A Harvest Tour might not have done that for me. I'm very sorry, Crusher. I understand that you might possibly cry tears of blood, given that we are not here to do your quests. Oh, that quest gave Healing Shield 3 apparently, which is good to know. Oh, fuck me. Thanks for watching, everyone. I was not expecting to do this recording today, but I did do that in the end. And it was good fun. I absolutely enjoyed the recording that I did today. It has been almost 5 hours of Monster Hunter that I was not intending on recording, and sometimes the surprise recordings are the ones that produce the most pleasure, not only for myself, but also for my viewers. Thank you for sticking around, everyone. I'm not going to be having a nap, Potato. I'll be bloody sleeping. A nap is like a fucking quick sleep in the middle of the day. This is a sleep. This is a 100%. I'm going to sleep for a reasonable length of time like a normal human being. Thank you for watching, everyone. I will see you all next time I record something that you'd like to watch, and I will bid you all farewell for now. Bye bye.